The special call session of the Board of Trustees for the Spring Independent School District is officially called to order on Thursday, January the 11th, 2024. The time is now 6:35 p.m. Trustees present are Trustee McDaniel, Trustee Newhouse, Trustee Jensen, Trustee Durant, Trustee Hodges, Trustee Correa, and Trustee Adams. I'd like to ask everyone to please silence or turn off your electronic devices. At this time, our Vice President and Board Equity Committee Lead, Winford Adams Jr., will begin the meeting by reading the Spring ISD Equity Statement. Well, I didn't want to throw her in the mud, throw her out. You ready for it tonight? Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Spring Independent School District strongly believes in educational and racial equity as fundamental aspects of its core mission and purpose, embodied through any program, practice, decision, or action that affects all students, with a strategic focus on those choices and policies that most strongly impact marginalized students. We believe all students, regardless of their ability, ethnicity, language, race, religion, gender identity, and status, should have equitable access to opportunities, resources, support systems, and educational rigor in order to maximize their academic success and social emotional well-being. We believe every Spring Independent School District student is valuable and possesses individual strengths and characteristics that make our district a great place to learn and grow. Moreover, we seek to act on that belief, instituting policies and practices that value diversity, committing ourselves as a district to continued growth and development, and working to support the success of every student in all that we do.
Thank you, Trustee Adams, and we will be passing that torch to our new Chair of the Equity Committee, Natasha McDaniels. Our next item is the agenda participation. This item allows members of the public an opportunity to speak on agenda items before they're considered by the board. Mr. Binkley, do we have anyone this evening signed up for agenda participation? Thank you. For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief Financial Officer, Ann Westbrooks.
Good evening, President Durant, Dr. Hinojosa, and members of the board. I will ask you for just a quick second of patience here as our technology guru is helping us get Zoom working. So just a couple moments. Thank you, Mr. King, and thank you for your patience. So this evening, we are diving headfirst into our 24-25 budget process. And so I wanted to just start off by sharing with the board, if you do a quick search on Texas school districts and budget, these are the headlines that come up. And so if you see the headlines, it is all across the state of Texas, various districts mentioning their budget deficits. There's discussions about the legislative session. There's no education funding bill, and various districts with their various deficit sizes. And so I say that to say that the situation and the circumstances that Spring ISD is working through at the moment is not unique to Spring ISD. We're all across the state of Texas dealing with inflation. rising costs, things that we've shared with the board throughout this last budget season and at various board meetings when we're discussing costs and items that we're bringing forward to the board. We've discussed many times before as well that the ESSER funding that was provided to school districts in order to weather the storm of the impact of the COVID pandemic, those funds, the last year for us to use those is 23-24. So as we move into this 24-25 budget year, we do not have those funds available to us, and therefore adjustments are necessary in order to balance the district's budget. And as we know, as a result of the pandemic, we lost 2,000 students. Of those 2,000 students, we recovered about 1,000 of them. But Spring ISD is just over 34,000 students, which is still a solid 1,000 students less than we had at the start of the pandemic. We've also continuously discussed the impact that our average daily attendance, which is where our state funding comes from, has been low since the pandemic. And though we're making lots of efforts and we're making strides and getting better, it's still not at pre-pandemic levels. And that also impacts the amount of funding that comes into the school district. And then lastly, we've discussed as well compensation increases that were given in the 21-22, 22-23, and those budget years that added to the district's budget deficit as we're now about to right size and balance the district's budget. So just wanted to have a moment to remind ourselves of some of the things that's happened over the last few years that has us with the budget deficit that we're, again, not unique to spring, that we're dealing with at this moment. So this is a look back at the two adopted budgets, the two latest adopted budgets. So the 22-23 fiscal year and the 23-24 fiscal year, which is the current fiscal year that the district is in. So in 22-23, if you can see here, we had a budget deficit of 35.4 million. And this is the budget that was adopted in June of 2022 for the 22-23 school year, a $35 million deficit. Of that $35 million deficit, you can see that we added $13.5 million in recurring costs to the district's budget for raises and compensation increases. That was the year when we were able to give over a 5% increase to our teaching staff. There were equity adjustments, and we moved our starting teacher salary to $60,500, which is extremely competitive at the time. But all of that ended with a $35.4 million adopted budget deficit. We utilized our ESSER funds that were available to us to offset that year's operations. And so our resulting anticipated impact to fund balance was just over 15 million. This current year, the 23-24 fiscal year, we had a $25.3 million adopted budget deficit. We achieved that $25.3 million adopted budget deficit because we had done some work and began our budget reduction efforts. And you can see that here where we reduced our operating expenditures by $9.2 million. So that's how we got to the just under $25.4 million. And this is a consistent amount that we've been talking about over this last fiscal year. So this is where we consider our starting point to be, that 25.4 million. So as we worked with our budget reduction committee, that's the number that we were working from. Is we're starting with this $25.4 million deficit that we needed to work ourselves out of and get back to a balanced budget. So just a moment ago, I mentioned that $9.2 million, that was the beginning of the budget reductions that we did as we came into this 23-24 fiscal year. So this is just a look back at what makes up that $9.2 million and what efforts we've made to get to this point where we're at the 25.4 million. So this is just that list of, and you can see on the second page, you see that total, that $9.2 million. And so I wanted to point out, because I know we've had a lot of discussion regarding central office and the impact of the central office budget reductions on the total reductions. And we'll get into that a lot more later this evening. But there are a few things I did want to mention just because that's been something that we've had a lot of discussion about. And in the 21-22 and in the 22-23 fiscal years, central office took a 5% cut off of their non-salary budgets off the top. There was no discussion. It was just, we took 5% off the top in 21-22 and 22-23. But to offset those cuts that were made in central office, 5% each year, there were also uncontrollable costs. And there's things that we've discussed. Our property insurance went up by almost $1 million in 23-24. We had our increase to our fuel costs to operate our buses that was considerable, was close to $1 million as well. There have been costs such as our trash disposal, waste removal went up by an astronomical amount. So those are just 3 examples of costs that went up that offset those decreases of 5% that were done in 21-22 and 22-23. So in grand total, when we're looking through this list, 1.7 million of that 9.2 million are central office cuts, and that's inclusive of 10 FTEs that are closed, positions that were closed. And then one other point that I wanted to make, because Dr. Hinojosa shared that there were some concerns regarding that human resources staffing allocations. And with human resources, if you recall, there was a realignment that was done when Dr. King came on board and when we closed the chief of schools position. So there was a realignment where we moved some of the former workforce development team under Dr. King so that his team would be responsible for all of the professional development and leadership development for those individuals. And that included 8 positions that existed that moved under the human resources umbrella. And also that includes Ms. Ivory, Pearl Ivory, who we've had come and visit the equity committee before and is doing that work towards culture and equity across the district. So those are just some points we wanted to make as we look through some of the changes and some of the cost savings and moves that we've done over the last couple of years. So here's a timeline as we're moving ourselves through this 24-25 budget development process. Throughout the fall, October through December, we had a budget deficit committee that was a cross-collaborative committee made up of principals, teachers, central office staff members, and leaders across the district that worked together. And we had these large meetings where we all came together and we were broken into 4 subcommittees. We had the elementary subcommittee, secondary, enrollment and average daily attendance, and then central office. And so that work happened from October through December in order to create a list of budget reduction proposal recommendations that are coming forward to you all this evening. So now we're in January. We're at the point where they're presenting this evening, along with myself, these recommendations, and the goal is to walk away with as many head nods as possible so that we can begin the process of creating our staffing allocation. So as many of our campus leaders that are in the room this evening, they need their staffing allocation so that we can create our master schedules and we can move forward this spring semester in anticipation of 24-25 with as much information as possible. It causes extra work on them if we start the master scheduling process and we start the staffing allocations and then come back and change them later in the spring. So our goal is to get as many head nods as we possibly can on as many items as possible. So that's where we are. But then ultimately, the board has to pass a budget by June 30th. And as I mentioned, this is the first budget in a long time where we will not have the ESSER funds to offset or to cushion the blow of the budget deficit that we have. And of course, all changes that happen for the 24-25 fiscal year will become effective on July 1st of 2024. So this evening, you're going to hear from several presenters. We have very fortunate to have in the room with us tonight, Amanda Brownson from the Texas Association of School Business Officials, which we refer to as TASBO. She's going to come forward in a little bit to present the staffing study. We also have Ms. Carol Wright from ABL, who's going to come forward and bring a preliminary look at the results of the review that ABL did on our master schedule. Ms. Ramonda Olaloye, who is with our Research Accountability and Testing team, is going to come forward and give the results of the Budget Deficit Committee survey that was sent out to the community in November. And then we have 4 of our Spring ISD leaders that are going to come forward and present those proposed budget reductions that were developed by the committee that was mentioned earlier. So to start off, as I walk through the purpose and the objective of this staffing review, I'm going to ask Ms. Amanda Brownson, as I stated, our very capable state leader who is involved in the Texas School Alliance, works with Texas Education Agency, is working at the legislative level, just a little bit of everything. She's our go-to in school finance. And so just a reminder of the purpose of the presentation that Ms. Brownson is going to bring forward. This is in response to our board members' request to look at Spring ISD staffing in relation to other school districts that surround us to see whether or not we have an adequate, efficient staffing model. And our objective with this presentation is that we get an understanding of what does our staffing look like in comparison to other districts, but also being mindful of the timing of the staffing study and then the coding limitations, which Ms. Brownson will speak on a little bit in a moment here. And we will use all the information that we take in this evening to make sure that we can inform the board as you're making those budget reduction decisions. So with that, if you'll give me a moment, we're going to do some popping in and out of presentations this evening. So I'm going to load it up right before I hand it off to Ms. Brownson. You don't see what I see. Okay, and so we'll just do a test. You have a clicker at your seat. All right, I will turn it over to Ms. Brownson.
Oh, don't move it. There's a big sign that says, don't move the microphone. Sorry. Yeah. So happy to be here with you tonight. My name's Amanda Brownson. I work with the Texas Association of School Business Officials. And so we were asked to just take a look at Spring ISD staffing, both over time and also in comparison to some of your peer districts. One of the things we know in public education is we are a people-focused business. And so your people are going to represent 70–80% of your budget. And so it's going to be the most important piece when you think about budgeting. And I'm just going to start with sort of a picture that is very similar to a picture that we're looking at when we have this conversation with districts across the state. So you are certainly not alone. And I think the CFO laid that out really well as she talked about the challenges districts are facing as we kind of phase out of the increased funding we got with the use of ESSER. But in this chart, you can see the blue line is your full-time equivalent staff count, total staff count across the district. And then the orange line is the count of students in enrollment. And so you can see that enrollment count did start to come back slightly last year. And also notice that this data ends in the 22–23 school year. So sort of this is everything that you all reported in October of 2022. Unfortunately, that's the only data we have available from the state. So we're looking backwards a little bit. And so this data won't reflect changes that have happened since then. If you've considered continued increasing in students or reducing staff, that's not reflected in this graph. But looking at that, if we start in fiscal 18, you can see sort of a 2% increase in staff, which is not dramatic, but a small increase in staff, but a drop of 5.5% in students. And when we think about the way our state aid system works, it's really a per student system, right? And so you've got fewer students drawing down funding to pay for every staff member, right? Compared to what you had several years ago. And so one of the things just wanted to talk through is kind of, as you think about this data that we're about to look at, number one, it's as I said, fiscal 23 filled positions, right? So both for your district and your peer districts, if you had vacancies, which we know vacancies were part of the story during this time period because of labor shortages, those don't show up here. If you've reduced positions in the subsequent year, that also doesn't show up here, right? So any reductions you made in the 23–24 budget aren't reflected in this data for you or for your peers. The other thing that's different that I thought about as Dr. Westbrook was talking, was that we include all funds here. Oftentimes, had we done this analysis 5 or 6 years ago, we might have looked just at the general fund. But ESSER is such an important part of district budgets right now, that we have started looking at all funds, because what you're grappling with is how do we phase out of ESSER, right? And districts in varying degrees have used ESSER as a way to right size the underlying budget, and it sounds like that's a part of your story as well. So just know that that's a factor here. And then the other thing is sometimes you have to kind of think of this upside down a little bit. So when you look at students per staff member, a high number means there are more students generating funding for every staff member, meaning you're relatively low staffed. A low number means there are fewer students generating funding for every student. So that means, you know, the inverse, right? And so it's a little bit counterintuitive, and I'll kind of stop and make sure we're all on the same page as we go forward. And then finally, we're using comparison data here. So to some degree, choices about how you use Texas's accounting codes and where you put staff will generate some of the differences you see here. You all have, I think at your places, a list of what positions are coded into each function. So that'll help you for spring. There are guidelines about how to code positions, but I will tell you it's not uniform across the state in terms of interpreting those guidelines. And so there may be some differences in coding that cause some of the peer-to-peer differences that you see here. And I'm happy to answer questions as we go along. So we're looking at this by function, and function is an accounting code. And these are the functions that we have in the Texas accounting system. If you think about it, the 10s are sort of instruction related accounting codes. So function 11 being direct instruction. So those are largely going to be teachers, not only teachers, sometimes instructional aides especially end up there as well, but mostly that's teachers directly providing instruction to students in the classroom. Function 12, instructional resources and media services. That's going to tend to be librarians largely, but other folks like that. Function 13, curriculum and staff development. And then the 20s are that instructional and school leadership, with function 21 being instructional leadership. That tends to be more at the district level. And then 23, school leadership, that tends to be at the school level. As the name implies, lots of those folks are your principals and assistant principals. The 30s we have grouped together here, but those are student services. So folks providing services directly to students, but not inside the classroom, right? Counseling, social work, transportation, food services, all of those services that we have to provide to our kiddos so that they're ready to learn in class. And then 41 is general administration. So those are your central office positions. And then 51 and 52 are those central office support positions, right? So facilities, maintenance and operations, as well as security and monitoring, which is one where we've seen an increase in recent years due to legislation passed around school safety. So that's one that probably won't be reflected in this data, but where you may have had to add positions.
Ms. Brownson,
Yes.
at the very beginning of the presentation, you mentioned that people constitutes 70 to 80%.
Typically, if you look at salaries and benefits in a district budget statewide, that's 70 to 80% of your spending. So, you know, supplies and materials and contracted services and other things like that outside of that. But most of your budget is in people in schools. It's just
I'm just trying to lock down 70 to 80%. Not 70 to 90%.
Not statewide, it tends to be more 70 to 80%.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all.
Think about all the things you have to buy, right, to run a school district. So food, fuel, buses, paper, you know, all of those things
Okay, now I'm confused. So I just,
would be outside of people,
so the other 30%, the other 30 to 20% is those.
is all that stuff. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry if I wasn't clear.
And as we jump into the actual functions, I did want to bring your attention to the 3 documents that you have, because so you're not jumping back and forth to this slide. You actually have a copy that you can have beside you with the functions is towards the bottom of your folder. And then as Ms. Brownson starts talking through function 11, function 12, you have a list of all of the positions that are included in those functions, so you can put into context what she's sharing with you. Thank you.
So we started with function 11, which is going to tend to be where your teachers are. And the first thing we did was look over time. And so this chart starts in 2018. We thought it would be interesting to get a couple of years pre-pandemic and then sort of trace it through the pandemic as far as the data would allow us to go. And you can see your count of teachers has been relatively flat, right? You started in 2018 with 2,872 students. And you ended up in 2023 with 2,863, I'm sorry, FTEs, not students. So very similar count of staff members coded to function 11 over that time. However, since you lost students, your student to staff ratio has fallen slightly, right? So you started with a student to staff ratio of 12.5 students for every staff member. And then at the end of that time period, that had fallen to 11.9 students for every staff member. And so that's an important piece of the puzzle, right? As we think about how many students are there drawing down funding per staff member. Oh, there we go.
I want to get ahead, but is there a breakdown on this, the staff as it relates to on campus, off campus, different roles?
But by function, function 11 is required to be in the classroom. And so these should be on the campus because these are direct instruction. And that, if you look at this page, okay,
Thank you.
yep. I'm trying to make it. See if this works. Seems to be stuck. Okay, thanks. Okay. Sorry. I apologize. Oh, there it goes. Oh, now it's gonna go several slides ahead. There we go. So the other way we looked at it was how is Spring ISD compared to your peers? And so again, with these sort of classroom type positions, you have you are sort of second to highest in this peer group. So we've got Aldine, Spring, Galena Park, Goose Creek, A-Leap, and Pasadena, thinking about districts that you might compare yourself to. And you're sitting at 11.91, kind of between Aldine and Galena Park in that peer comparison. The computer doesn't like mine.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You lost me. You were saying, Yeah.
So this slide shows the student to staff ratio for function 11. So that's your
Mhm.
direct instruction positions. And we're comparing Spring in the gold bar to peer groups near you, right? That you might compare yourself to. And you're sitting at 11.91, which is slightly on the high side, right? Compared to your peers, meaning you have more students per staff, not dramatically so, but slightly more students per staff than your peers.
so we have more students.
So fewer staff. Does that make sense? And that's why I said it's kind of counterintuitive, right? You
Yeah.
have more students drawing down funding to support each staff.
So I think it's counterintuitive because of the context. When you're a family looking at moving to a school district and buying a home, when you see that there are fewer students per teacher, that's desirable. That's a good thing.
Mhm.
In the context of the budget, it's not such a good thing.
You said it much better than I could have. Yes.
Thank you.
That's exactly right. You know, fewer students
Thank
drawing
you,
down
Winfrey.
funding to support those
Because
teachers,
that's
but you're
why.
right. A parent might say that's a nice small class, right? Yeah. And again, these aren't dramatic differences. So Aldine, Spring, and Galena Park are very similar, right? Within very similar rounding errors. And I just can't seem to make this. Okay. Thank you. Is that the issue? Could be. And so just to kind of summarize, right? while your student teacher ratio has dropped since 2018, you have still slightly more students per teacher than many of your peers. So you're not an outlier in that sense. So then we looked at function 12, which is instructional resources and media services. So think about your librarians, right? That's largely who look to be coded in this function. And you have seen growth in that. So you had 53 full-time equivalent positions in that function in 2018, and that's grown to 74 in 2023. And again, you lost students during this time. So the student to staff ratio fell from 681 to 458. And when we compare you to your peers, you can see, and to some degree, Aldine, not to some degree, Aldine is a significant outlier in this data. And I wonder when I look at it, whether they are coding differently than all of the rest of you are, right? But you are the lowest student to staff ratio in this function. So you have fewer students per staff member than any of your peers in this area. That sometimes is driven by campus size, if you're trying to put a certain number of staff at each building. But that is an area where you have both grown in staff and seem to have more staff than your peers, given your students. Similarly, in function 13, curriculum and staff development, you had 24 staff members in that area in 2018, and then that was 118 by 2023. And you can see the student to staff ratio fell significantly during this time. And when we compare you to your peers, you know, again, here, this time Pasadena is an outlier, and it made me wonder whether they are coding differently. You can see Goose Creek, Alief, Aldine, Spring, and Galena Park are much more similar, with you kind of looking much more like Aldine and Galena Park, right? But still having relatively fewer students per staff member in this area. So the student to staff ratios for both functions 12 and 13 have fallen, and the number of staff members in curriculum and staff development has grown during this 6-year look back. And again, we have Aldine and Pasadena appearing to be outliers. So to some degree, I would take those two districts with a grain of salt. So moving on to the 20. So these are your instructional leadership positions, function 21. You started in 2018 with 91 positions roughly. And the big increase here actually happened in fiscal 19. You've been roughly flat since then. But you have 117.71 full-time equivalent positions in that area by the 22-23 school year. And so your staff to student ratio fell. Really, virtually all of that change took place in the 2018-19 school year. So not much change since then, looking at this chart. But you do have fewer students per staff member than your peers in this area, here with Pasadena being an outlier. And so then moving on to function 23, which is your campus leadership. So these are, think about your principals and your assistant principals. Here again, you see a pretty consistent increase during this time, going from 328 positions in 2018 to 432 by 2023, with your student to staff ratio then falling. And again, this is to some degree driven by campus size, right? And so as your student population has declined, that student to staff ratio has declined. And you can see Spring is kind of sitting next to Pasadena there, but at lower student to staff ratio than your comparison districts in this area on campus leadership. So the number of school leadership positions has grown by 104 FTEs between fiscal 18 and fiscal 23, and Spring and Pasadena seem to have fewer compared to the rest of your peers. And then we go to the 30s, which I grouped these positions because it does not appear, you appear very flat during this time frame. Frankly, your FTEs fell slightly, almost directly in proportion to your student population, so that you see 36 students per FTE in fiscal 18 and 39 students per FTE by fiscal 23, with a very straight line there and all of those student support services positions. And you're right in the middle of your peer group for those student support positions. And so total FTEs have fallen slightly in proportion to students. And you seem about average compared to your peers. I'm looking at general administration, so function 41, your central office positions. Your total FTE count actually fell slightly during this time. It went from 115 positions down to 109. And so your student to staff ratio remained very flat, going from 312.9 to 312.3. So very, very flat in terms of central administration, falling roughly to match enrollment declines. And you're roughly in the middle compared to your peers, with Spring, Goose Creek, and Galena Park being slightly lower than A-Leaf, Pasadena, and Aldine. And then finally, we grouped 51 through 53 together in terms of those district support kinds of positions, and very similar story. Relatively flat, but slightly declining FTEs, relatively flat student to FTE ratio. It actually fell slightly during this time. And you actually have more students per staff member in this area. So thinking about that, plant maintenance and operations and those kinds of positions, you have fewer staff than your student population would suggest, at least in comparison to your peers. And so there are slightly fewer district operations staff in 2023 compared to 18, but the staff per student ratio fell slightly. And you have more students per district operations staff than any of your comparison districts, just kind of putting the summary there. And so that's kind of what we saw when we dug into the staffing data for your district, kind of using this look, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have as you think about this.
How would you summarize the data that you just read?
You know, I would say that your district faces a situation that is pretty similar to what we're seeing other districts across Texas face, which is that you had available to you temporary ESSER funds that you use to the benefit of children in your district. So your staff to student ratios fell during that time, as we would expect them to, right? But as those funds are drying up, you probably have some work to do in terms of thinking about how to right size. Because what you know, kind of going back to the first slide, you know, sorry, it's a long way back, but this sort of position here where students are falling, when your student enrollment population falls, you know, your funding will fall proportionately. The system is just sort of built that way. And so you have sort of an issue on your hands in terms of staffing to try to make sure those match, especially in an environment of rising cost and inflation. So we know that last time we looked at this, inflation had gone up about 19% since the basic allotment was last increased. And you're trying to provide compensation to staff to keep pace with that. It's just that's going to cause a challenge, right? So that's going to be an issue. You have to look at it. It sounds like you are beginning that process.
One other thing I wanted to make sure to note, as Ms. Brownson said at the beginning, in order to get comparative data, you have to use data that's available at the state level for all the districts that we're comparing to. So this is based on staffing through the fall of 2022, when we submitted our PEIMS data in fall of 2022. So that list that we just looked at with the $9.2 million of reductions that happened in this year, 23-24, is not going to be reflected here, because that data has just gone up. I mean, it's still warm at the state, so it's not available statewide just yet.
So as we look at our challenges that we know all districts face, and we look at the lag in which the data that we have to make decisions from, through what other lenses would you recommend we make our analysis on?
Yeah, I mean, as we've been talking to districts across the state about shoring up budgets, you know, you want to think about both budget enhancement, you know, revenue enhancement and budget cutting strategies, right? Those kind of are your only options. You know, you either have to bring in more revenue or you have to reduce your budget. And it sounds like you're looking at those things, right? I heard talk about working on attendance rates. That's going to improve revenue, for example. And then, as you think about your budget, certainly looking at it over time and doing a peer analysis is a good first step. But you're gonna wanna think about bang for your buck, right? And so where can we, make some reductions? And that's gonna involve bringing stakeholders together and having those difficult conversations about, where can we most afford to make a reduction while providing best services to students.
Is it not possible to capture a lot of the data that we're looking at here and we have to look back for in a dashboard? Yeah, I seem to recall when I first joined the board, it was a very clunky and underintuitive tool, but there was a dashboard where you could go and look at just-in-time student data in terms of enrollment and in terms of attendance. I don't know if there was much financial information available for that dashboard, but
Started with an M, was,
There's two, Mizuni was a
Mizuni.
data warehouse, and so that would give us Spring ISD's data, and Spring ISD's data is always available to us. But in order to do that comparative analysis, we look across the state, and the only way to get that data is through PINS, and that's not available just yet.
so what I'm kind of suggesting is like on this chart where we have the divergence between the number of FTEs and the number of students, that seems to me like the sort of thing that you should be able to see while it's happening. And like maybe you can't do anything about the number of FTEs during the school year, but for it to diverge like that over the course of 2 or 3 years, I think we as a team of 8 have to take some ownership over keeping our eyes on that ball. So.
And I would just add to some degree, ESSER came in, if you think back to the pandemic and think about just what a sea change that was for us and how many students we lost. And to some degree, the federal government did not want you to have to lay off staff right away. They wanted to give you some space to weather the storm. And I was actually sort of nodding along as I listened to your early presentation where you said, well, and remember, so we used ESSER to shore us up in year 1, and then we used less of ESSER in year 2. And now, and so to me, that suggests you have sort of been doing that, right? You're trying to, what the federal government wanted was for you to glide path down, not fall off a cliff. And so to some degree, you've been doing that. You still have some work to do.
I wanted to just reinforce that that's what we did, Mr. Adams, with ESSER. The idea was let's shore up the kids. And so we did that big divergence. And if you look at the year, it happened right during the pandemic. We hired additional interventionists, additional tutors. I mean, we purposefully did that because we had children that had been at home that had created all those gaps. And so we did that intentionally. That's what the money was for. Now, as you said, Ms. Bronson, we have been, slimming down because we don't want the cliff. And I'll tell you, Ms. Westbrooks kept showing that slide.
Right.
That was the
perfect.
cliff. And that's why we did, the 9 million, the 9.2 that we cut last year. And this year, we're steadily working on it so that it's not just a hard cliff that we fall off.
You would not have wanted to just drop staff by 5% in that year, the kids, then they would have come back to a district depleted of resources to help them recover. It's a hard balance.
And to Mr. Adams, to your question, I also did want to add that one of the things Innovation oversees is T-Class. And so we received in 2020, also tied to the pandemic, $40 million that was designated for specific decision points. Many of those decision points were tied to FTEs. That's how we had to spend it. So for example, 30 million of that 40 billion was allocated to purchase coaches. So we added additional instructional coaches on all the campuses, but it could only be used for that purpose. And so that is also just like ESSER going away after this year.
So you don't want to turn down this funding that is available to serve kids, but then you have the funding goes away. You have to figure out what to do about that. That's a hard thing.
I think the big challenge, Ms. Bronson, is like, how do we fix this? And it is the both that we're working on, right? Identifying the reduction while we're working on the revenue, meaning, staying focused on our attendance. And Ms. Westbrooks, and I know Dr. Guillory is here. We've seen small increases in our attendance. So, we're working diligently to improve our attendance, to increase that revenue, as well as, we are an open district. So students from outside of Spring ISD can come to Spring for free. And so we have schools of choice. So we're working on ways to increase our enrollment, because basically those are the two things: is our enrollment, our attendance, and we work really hard on grants. We, have Houston Endowment, several millions of dollars they've infused in here, ExxonMobil. And so our team works diligently on the grants, but how do we, reduce the cost while we are increasing the revenues, and just working on attendance, working on enrollment, and then working on grants to offset the cost of things that may have to go away, right, if we don't find additional funding.
Right.
Is there anything else that you hear from other districts?
The other thing that districts, some of your peers across the state have tried is tax rate changes. In our state aid system, there are not very many, variables that you have control over, right? And so it's the number of students who come and the tax rate that's going to really determine your state aid. Certainly looking at special populations, making sure you're maximizing reporting of career in tech and those kinds of things. But with Dr. Guillory here, I have no doubt that you're doing those things. So,
Absolutely, we're glad to have her back. And I think the district's done a really good job at looking for opportunities for additional revenue and grant funding, and how we can manage our data differently to support us in that area, and then providing choice, because we're losing students. We have a tremendously higher population of private and charter schools than any of our surrounding districts. So those continue to be a challenge, but I think we do a pretty good job at bringing in additional revenue where we can. Where I struggle with, and in looking at this data, this is good data, but to me, what's our next level? What next level of data is going to give us a clear lens and insight into what direction we need to move? Where are we going to make those cuts that bring the least amount of impact to the classroom?
well, and it sounds like you have some committees that are working on having those kinds of conversations. And I really think, to some degree, somebody looking from the outside at your data can only go so far, right? Because I don't know why you made the choices you made and what those folks are doing and what impact they're having. And so I think it's really convening folks from the district and really having difficult conversations where everybody is committed to making the tough choices that are going to be in the best interest of the district in the long term. But I think it's really going to emerge out of those conversations.
I want to thank you for being here and sharing this with us and answering all of our questions.
Happy to do it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown.
You are more than welcome.
All the way from Austin this evening. And like I said, her name is said a lot as we're going through legislative sessions. Did you have a question, Ms. Correa?
Is there a similar report that has this in dollar values versus just the unit values?
So I didn't put it in dollar values, but we could do total spending. So the dollar value would be a function not just of the FTEs, but also of the salary that you're paying.
Right.
And so that would be a different way to look at it. We did it in staff counts, but that data does exist in dollar values. I don't have it with me here today. Thank you. Good question.
And Ms. Westbrooks, before we begin, I know that there's, we have a lot of interest in this discussion. This is our very first budget discussion that we're having, and I know we have a lot of interest. And so I think we can put some additional chairs right behind Dr. Cuellar and Dr. King. And so we just pause for a second, and we'll allow them to put those chairs there, because I know we have a few people that are sitting outside that want to participate. We also have the link on the website so that people can log in and and participate or view the meeting, but we can also put some chairs so that everyone sits comfortably.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
I didn't even notice it.
You didn't get to eat?
Can continue.
Thank you. So our next presenter that we're going to share with the board this evening is Ms. Carol Wright with ABL. And I'll turn it over to her in just a moment so she can share her screen and walk us through this information. But again, just want to talk through the purpose and the objective of the presentation that she's bringing forward. So this is an update and a look at the data that review analysis that ABL is doing that's going to help guide our master scheduling and then the subsequent staffing related to what comes out of this analysis and this review. And then the objective is to determine what the instructional impact is of these master scheduling at items that ABL has been able to discover. And then, of course, lastly, identifying any opportunities that we have with our staffing and our master schedule to create efficiencies. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Parasol so he can introduce our speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Westbrooks. And I know as Dr. Wright is pulling up the deck, I just wanted to kind of frame where we were last. So back in December work session, I know it seems like a world ago, we provided a project implementation update. At that time, ABLE had all of our data. They were going through the analyzing of the data and setting up their different back-end data reports. We are now moved into the verification of data. And as we're about to launch into the actual professional development, action planning, and utilization of the data. We're very excited about what is going to be shared today, as you'll get to see firsthand a sneak peek of what our principals will get to see, what our district leaders will be able to see. This is such a powerful tool to help educate and show the equity of or inequity within our master schedules, within our staffing, and it will help principals as they move into this master scheduling timeline as well as their staffing budgeting. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to Dr. Wright. She's our client success manager with ABLE.
Good evening. I'm happy to be here. I will.
Dr. Wright, we could not hear you actually at the moment.
You're not able to hear me? Are you unable to hear me?
We're checking on our end. Can you try speaking again, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
It's always technical difficulties somehow. Well, good evening. I am extremely excited to be here and to provide you all with a sneak preview of our resource analytics data. I am Carol Wright. I am the client success manager, so I will be working closely with Spring as it relates to our implementation moving into launch. As Dr. Parasol just stated, we recently moved out of our implement phase, which was the data analysis, and we're moving into our launch phase. Essentially, what is happening in the launch phase, that is where schools, district leaders will participate in reviewing the data, analyzing the data, as well as participating in some professional development. Also, feel free to stop me at any time if you have any questions. So this slide, what I'm showing here, in our last board update, we were on step 2. We've moved into step 3 again, which is the data analysis, primarily focusing on resource analytics, as well as the equity and access across the scheduling, master schedule. So I want to preface here, we're going to review a preliminary sample of the staffing efficiency data, okay? As previously mentioned, we are still going through our data validation phase with the district leaders. So once we get everything validated and signed off on, you'll be able to see the final data report. So as a reminder, resource analytics, what we're doing an audit of your resources. Essentially, what we're looking at is how your money is invested through your staff, your time, your courses, and ensuring that it's aligned with your desired goals. So we're going to focus on your efficiency, your instructional conditions, as well as teacher supports and the equity across your campuses. Now, what you're looking at now is our staff distribution across ABLE's categories. We have outlined off to the left in the green box. We've aligned it to the function numbers so that'll be easier to refer to. But what you're looking at in the upper table rows are the schools. And as you can see, we do have schools 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're representing schools within the district, but until we complete the validation, we're just going to label them school 1 through 6. The lower, the columns are representing the categories, essentially your FTE and your actual salary totals. And in the lower table, what you're seeing are rows of the schools, as well as the columns representing the categories for the FTE and percentage of the total staff. So the data source that we're utilizing to get this data is your Spring ISD HR. We're also using your master schedules, and really the methodology that surrounds this visual that you're looking at is what is the categorization of your staff by your school, staff by school, by FTE, and by salary. So what I think is significant about this data is this data shows like your local decision making and your allocation of resources, for example, your staff. So if you're take a look at the lower table, school 2 in the lower table is allocating 67.4% of their staff to certified teaching. Okay. And school 3 is allocating 20.1% of their allocation of resources of staff to classified non-teaching, essentially support staff. And this is preliminary data. What we plan on the next steps after this are like each school principal, they will receive their staffing distribution. They'll also receive their master schedule audit report. And what we're going to do, we're going to work with each individual campus and we're going to guide them through the questions that you see below. Like, does your staffing, that's something to consider, does your staffing distribution really meet the needs of your students for a high rigorous elementary experience? The goal is,
I'm sorry, Dr. Wright, I just wanted to clarify. I think our numbers are flipped.
They're flipped.
they're flipped? No, are they flipped?
So on the bottom table, it's supposed to go from 1 through 6, right?
Yeah, they both should go from 1 to 6. I believe that there was an edit made. It looks like there was a typo. It went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, and it should have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, so
4, 5, 6.
school 2 in the bottom column here has 67% of their teaching, certified teaching, right? That's in the lower table. And school 3, which is here, is allocating 20% of classified non-teaching. Is that not what you are seeing on your?
The PowerPoint is correct. We just need to make an edit on our hard copy. We're fine. We're fine.
Okay. So the decisions that can come from this are like what are reviewing the positions and possibly the potential adjustment to your staffing from non-teaching positions into classroom instruction teachers. So I'm gonna pause here to see if there's any questions before I move forward. We're good. Now, the next visual, what you are seeing is our allocation evaluator. So what this shows is essentially it's a schedule analysis that shows the difference of what is happening daily in the schools. So this is illustrating how each teacher, again, is making choices in their let me pause for a second. What we're doing, because I want to make sure I'm being very clear, I'm sorry. When you're looking at this table, what we're looking at is what we decided to do here was flatten your bell schedule. So we're looking at elementary schools, okay? And what we've done is instead of comparing apples to oranges, what we are looking at is apples to apples. And so what we've applied here is a base schedule. For example, and you have to think about it in terms of time, because we know elementary schools, they typically run on a time, not necessarily a block schedule like secondary schools. So if schools, what we're looking at, schools use the same base schedule, meaning all elementaries are using the exact base schedule in terms of how many students are assigned to each teacher and the amount of time they are spending teaching their students. We're showing a size equivalent up to 10 FTE. So what that means is if you look at between school 1 and school 6, if all of the elementaries apply the same FTE ratio of students to teachers, there's a difference of 10 FTE. And when you're looking at this green number here, that means in excess of teachers, meaning they have more than enough teachers or more than enough FTE in order to support a class ratio of 19:3, okay? So again, 19:3, if you go from school 1 to 6, 10.7, that is additional teachers that would be on each one of these campuses. Now moving to secondary schools, same application where we are saying we understand that the secondary schools, and we're looking at middle school as well as high school here, okay? So between schools 1 through 13, there is a mix of middle school and high school. Now, what this evaluator does is we're triangulating the enrollment of the students versus the teachers, all teachers, meaning we're talking about SPED teachers, EL teachers, any certified teacher that is assigned to said campus. And what we're looking at with these data sources, we receive your enrollment data file. We receive the staff files that outline every staff member that's assigned to each campus, as well as the school master schedule and bell schedules. So again, what's significant about this data is it provides a way to really just flatten the system using the same base schedule across the system. So right now, your high schools are currently operating on the same schedule. Middle schools have different ways to organize their schedule. For example, some are doing 5 periods AB or 8 periods straight. So when we're running this data, what we're doing is we're utilizing the same base schedule, meaning if every single one of your secondary campuses were running a 6 of 8 base schedule, we're showing the difference in the number of FTE that would be needed versus the enrollment of students. So considering, let's see, if you look at the data here, there's a difference of, if we look at school 1, which has an enrollment of 406 students and 34, if we flatten the system base 6 of 8, what we're seeing is 34 FTE with an average class of 15.9. That's flattening the system. If you go over to, if the class sizes go to 26.9, if we had an average class size of 26.9, roughly 27, there would be a difference of 13.9 plus teachers as school 1, okay? all the way. However, if you go to school 13, at the bottom, you'll see there's negative 17.2, meaning they would need an additional 17 teachers, okay? 17 FTE. Now, keep in mind, there's a difference between high school as well as middle school. But what is crucial is for the schools, once they start making their decisions, is to really look at, if we apply the same method to all schools, what is the difference and where can we save or reallocate staff? Now here with this visual, what you're looking at is our ABLE's teacher schedule time profile. And what this is, that we're utilizing third grade, okay? This is an extrapolation from teacher schedules provided for third grade at each of these 6 schools, okay? And what we're doing is we're applying student enrollment and per student time by category. Again, we got the teacher classroom schedules from the elementary campuses. We're looking at the third grade teacher schedules. And we also receive the staff files for each campus. What's significant about this data is it provides a way for you to be able to slice the time in a day and see different categories of time supporting different purposes. And it also slightly amplifies the difference in daily use of time. So a difference of 5 minutes in instructional time per day can become a few full days of instruction at the end of a school year. And if it happens every day, think about just kind of like the butterfly effect of what's happening. So essentially, one thing that I kind of wanted to draw attention to in terms of school 6, when you're looking at the per student time in core instruction, this shows the difference as to where at school 6, per year in hours, they are putting 37.6 hours more. I mean, you see 37.6 hours in terms of per student into core instruction. So that's roughly about 13 minutes a day. And as you can see, it just kind of varies. Go ahead. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that was gonna alert you. I just wondered, is there significance to the boxes around the different numbers?
Yes, so it's just different call outs. Different call outs in terms of, if you start at the top, instructional time at school 1, 826 hours a year are spent on instructional time at school 1. And if you move across the axis, you'll see how it varies from school 1 to school 6. And so what we're doing is calling out the larger number or the outliers.
Thank you.
I did have a question, Dr. Wright.
Yes.
Going back to page 7 and 8, I just want to be clear on what the categories are.
Are we
Page
here?
7, yeah, like so on page 7, where you had the allocation of evaluator elementary schools.
Yes.
What does base 7 of 8 mean?
So, okay, we're thinking of a base schedule, okay? So essentially, if you think of base 7 of 8 is kids are in, or students are in a class 8 periods. We know elementary does not run periods, but 8 sections of time. They're in a class receiving instruction. And that 7 represents teachers are teaching 7 of 8, meaning they might have a planning period or a conference period or a block of time where they're not instructing students. Did that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
Okay, so moving forward in that same vein, what you're looking at here is what we receive. Again, we received the elementary schedule, master schedule, in terms of how they're allocating time throughout their day. So across the 6 schools, within your scope and sequence at the elementaries, we're using module 4, multiplication and area, as an example. And this is actually from you all Scope and Sequence at Spring ISD. And what we're showing here is for this section, for Module 4 in Eureka Math, they are recommending that, of course, there's 2 assessments, 13 lesson days, and 4 assessment days. So they're recommending about 17 days for pacing in terms of teaching Module 4. And across the 6 schools, what you're seeing is there's a difference of 4.5 instructional hours of difference to teach and learn the same standard utilizing the same pacing guide. Again, thinking back to the master schedules at the particular elementary schools, it really highlights the differences in how some students might be receiving 4.5 more hours to learn the exact same material as other students on other campuses. Now, this visual here, again, this audit is going to bring some really tough questions forward. And our principals, what the principals are going to do, they're going to differentiate based on the school needs. So the data that we're bringing forward is not saying just go in and cut everything. What we want to do is have a conversation with the district as well as principals as it relates to what is happening on our campus? Are there some performance data? Are there some things that we can do in order to adjust instructional minutes to make sure it's reflecting the student needs? So this visual here, this is showing based on literacy, math, and science at the 6 different schools, just the variation of time spent within each of these subject areas. So for example, school 1 is spending about 90 minutes of instructional minutes over the school year to 137.5 at school 4. So there's a large difference in how the schedules are aligned at the elementary level as it relates to the daily instructional minutes for students. Now, this visual here essentially is a heat map of different data points that we collected and analyzed for grade 3 for 6 elementaries. The data points that you see are teacher experience based on salary, average class size at each campus, the average attendance. We will add in the functional enrollment in a later presentation. But what we're doing here is we are extrapolating like the instructional hours for literacy and math at grade 3 and student outcome data. We utilize the staff file, the master schedule file, teacher classroom schedules, as well as the attendance and enrollment file and STAR data from TEA. Now, what's significant about this is it allows districts to really drill down and identify your areas of need. For example, school 4, if you look at school 4, they have less experienced teaching course and lower extrapolated instructional time and literacy. So the student outcome data that you're seeing shows a gap in both literacy and math comparative to other schools in the sample. A possible next move would be, like, as a recommendation that we might provide, it would be to look deeper at the conditions in school 4 and maybe rethink the school schedule to possibly provide more job-embedded professional development for your staff. Again, we're still validating the data. Our elementary schools may identify master scheduling issues such as internal factors and/or staffing, as well as data integrity, which is why we're still going through our validation. So moving on. I know we just looked at a lot of data in terms of resource analytics, but instead of just measuring those student outcomes, we're also going to empower the leaders to really dig into their data and be able to maximize their use of their resources to ensure that students are really receiving equity and access to all of their courses. So what's next? All of the principals will participate in professional development, which is our equitable opportunity analysis. And this will be synchronous training. There are 3 different modules that focus on the why, the data, and the plan for each individual campus. Right now, Spring ISD, and I'll kind of show you later in the presentation exactly when we're planning on doing the modules, but we will walk each campus team as well as the district leadership through module 1, 2, and 3. As it relates to resource analytics, which is most of the data that you just got a preview of, what we're recommending here is our next step on January 22nd is to review with the senior leadership, with Spring ISD senior leadership. And we're also going to take some time February 1st through the 7th to really strategize with the department leaders. After the department leaders, we're going to work with the campus leaders. That is those 3 modules that I was referring to, where they're going to get an outline, get to review their master schedule, as well as their audit report, and develop action plans. And lastly, but certainly not because, but Board of Trustees, our plan is to, or what we're recommending is March 7th to have that board trustee final update of all of the data once it has been validated by the school leaders. Again, by the end of this series, every audited school will have a comprehensive dashboard, which will focus on all of the trends and the data that you all just got a preview of today. They will also have an action plan. That is the outcome. They will have an action plan with next steps, especially as it relates to impacting student achievement and their master scheduling process. And lastly, we will also identify next steps to take as they move into staffing, master scheduling, and budgeting decision. Any questions?
I noticed that in the implementation schedule, I'm looking for where we may have an opportunity to involve teachers, or at the very least, some of the teacher leadership on the campus with implementation.
That would happen here where campus leaders are. So with campus leadership, what we are meeting with the principals, administration team, lead counselor, as well as department chair leaders for all of the core subject areas, as well as CTE. So they will have the opportunity to engage with the data here. Any additional questions? Are we all good?
Well, I'm excited about the data you are collecting and how you're analyzing it. On page 12, the summary heat map,
Yes.
it looks to me like school 2 is one that is doesn't have any red areas and has some dark green areas where they are meeting reading and math.
Right.
So it looks to me like school 2 seems to have it figured out. It's looking pretty well. But when I go back and look at school time on page 9, the average time per student at grade 3,
Mhm.
school 2 isn't the top one in the time on task, but they're high.
Right.
So I really appreciate, because I believe time on task is an incredibly important variable here. But there's something else going on during that time and how they're using it. So I just, if you can enlighten us on that, I'm very interested.
So to be clear, what you're asking is what is happening during this instructional time as it relates to other schools or?
Yeah. They seem to be making better use of that time.
Right, so it could be, and this is me. I'm giving an opinion because how they're utilizing their time and how they're teaching could look different across campuses. But in terms of school too, if you also notice, they have about 174 we called out their enrichment time. So that enrichment time as well, which is, of course, we're enriching what was not the basic instructional time. We're enriching what the students already know and pushing a little bit further. They are allocating a good piece of their time to enriching their students as well. And as you can see, the other time, I mean, if you work your way down, the support time, which is at 1:30, and the functional time, this is huge. Functional time essentially is everything that they're doing, like lunchtime, passing from one class to the next. Maybe it is a dismissal time. Perhaps they are spending, you got 5 minutes when school is over to get up and get out. So all of that goes into what that functional time is there.
So are you saying that the functional time, if they're doing the passing between classes and with less minutes,
Yes.
that they're more efficient with their school day?
Yes, there's more time in instruction.
And Dr. Jensen, I also did want to point out one of the interesting factors there does tie to other research. If you look, that's the largest average class size. And so we see that class size averages do not have as large of an impact as other factors such as instructional time. And that's what we've seen in the research. Our staffing ratio is 24:1 for pre-K, 27:1 to grade 5. And so you see that show up in the data as well.
I'd be also interested in the years' experience of the teachers in these places, because I think that I've seen experienced teachers handle large groups beautifully.
Dr. Wright,
Yes.
as I go through here,
Mhm.
majority, I would say over a majority, almost probably 90% of your presentation I see through here deals with schools 1 through 6, and all of your examples that we give here are basically elementary schools. The
Yes.
only mention I see of secondary schools is on page 8.
Yes.
And on page 8, I'm looking, you're saying middle, I'm assuming you're saying middle and high school. When I look at the enrollment numbers here, I'm relating those to our schools. So school 1 being a middle school, and I think I may know which school that is. And school 13 being our largest high school. So when you tell me the difference in the class size here and the FTE that's needed, are you telling me that school 13 is short 17.2 teachers?
If we're running our class size at 26.9, they would need an additional,
17 teachers.
yes. And that is with a class size of 26.
Okay.
Yes.
However, our high school staffing ratio is 35:1. And if you look at that same school, their average class size would be 31.3, if all things being equal.
I'm sorry, say that again. I'm
So
looking
we
at your
staff
thing.
high schools at a ratio of 35:1 for teachers. And then,
It's high, but go
and
ahead.
so, but if you look, all of these average class sizes are below that number. And so this is making all things equal. And another important factor here is this is actually a greater, less instructional periods than what we have in a lot of our schools. There's a base of 6 of 8, meaning they had 2 periods for conference or PLC, which is not the standard that we have.
And that's the point I thought about. You said less instructional time. And when we're looking at the elementaries here that you're comparing, you're showing me the positiveness of a high performing elementary and a lower amount of instructional time. But at the high school, I think it's just the opposite almost there. So my question to you, Dr. Wright, is in going to work with our schools in the next month or two, your high schools.
Yes.
Can you share with me a little bit more about your plan for working with them? Because to me, a high school master schedule is very, very important for that school, for each one of the high schools, and the proper functioning and instructional time and activities for academics, performing arts, athletics, for all of it. The master schedule really runs the school and it's most important. So what are your plans for secondary? I kind of see elementary, but I don't see secondary.
So in terms of secondary, what we're gonna do, we're gonna look, number one, the why, and I keep saying the why, but we're gonna tell them this, the reason why we are analyzing this data, because it's exactly what you said, your master schedule does really determine what your campus goals are. It really does, it should mirror what the campus goals are, the district goals are, and where you're putting the most bang for your buck, for lack of better words. So our plan is, once we get into module 2, we are going to review the historical student data, meaning the graduating cohort of 2023, okay? And the reason why we start there is for schools to really dig in and analyze the trends and the systems that are set up on campuses. So for example, schools would be looking at our most recent graduating class. How are they navigating through our campus? What did their journey look like from, let's just say, biology to physics? Are we having a number of students that are repeating biology? Do we have a number of students that are starting in general and ending in general classes, on-level classes? Do we have, what does our numbers look like as it relates to advanced enrollment? Are there certain student groups that are not accessing advanced courses or persisting into 3 or more or 4 years of courses? So the goal of that is, number one, we want to disrupt the system or keep the system going if it's working well. Once they analyze the trends that they're seeing with their cohort of 2023, we move into the plan. And what that plan really focuses on is, what is the root cause? And how are we going to address this root cause? If our cause is, we don't have a lot of students that are advancing, accessing advanced courses, perhaps we need to look at when we're offering them on a master schedule. Do we see a large student group or a student group that is not accessing? Let's say, for example, we have EL students. Are we offering ESOL at the same time that we're offering another advanced course that they might be interested in? So what do we need to do if that relates to our master schedule? So they will choose, they'll have a bank of strategies, like we would like to implement automatic enrollment. So we'll walk them through how to select those strategies, develop an implementation plan on how they're going to roll that out as they move into scheduling. It sounds like a lot. I tried to condense it, but essentially what we'll be doing.
I understand and see where you're going. I just always want you not to forget those students that need to repeat classes. That causes a big problem in your master schedule for high school students. And reaching those students that are not performing like we want them to.
That drastically does have an impact, and that's some of the things that we'll talk about as it relates to strategic scheduling with the schools. Because if you have a number of repeaters, I mean, that means you need more teachers to go back and teach those courses.
All the classes.
And yeah, and so or your class sizes are larger, or you're mixing repeaters up with first-time students. So the number of things that we'll discuss with the schools. For example, implementing summer school now. How can you offer that during the school year for free? You know, how do you build in repeater courses? So I'm just throwing out examples from my years in high school, but yes, repeaters do have a big impact on your schedule.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Wright, where you were, as trustee Newhouse was pointing out, there's only the one page on secondary schools. And so I'm wondering if there's the degree of inquiry like we have for this third grade slide, where we talk about instructional time, enrichment time, support time for the high school kids. So if we have a group of kids that are repeating, will we be able to see the same kind of data that we're looking at for the third grade student?
Yes, so the data that you're seeing for third grade students, you will see for your middle school campuses as well as your high school campuses. So we're running an exact analysis across all.
So I think that's how we get at, if we have a block of repeaters, what's going on with those repeaters? Are there any trends similar to the trends we see here for the third graders that might explain why some kids are repeating or repeating a specific course? So.
And I think if we remember where we are in the process, that they just got this data, this is preliminary. The next phases are actually going to talk with the campuses. They haven't done that yet. And so then they'll be able to see where those outliers are and validate what we're looking at. So just want to bear in mind where we are in the process.
I just want to reiterate, I think this is an amazing analysis. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I also want to thank, I think there were a couple of board members that saw their presentation. Was that you? So I'm really excited that we're doing this work and looking forward to the impact that it has.
Chief Westbrooks, I had, there's a comment that you made earlier about the board or any kind of hindrances as far as getting the budget approved and kind of expanding out the timeline. Has that historically been an issue here in the district as far as affecting the master scheduling? Is that something that we've looked at before?
Last year, we did not get the final nod on the budget reductions until June. And so our campuses had already gone through their budget staffing meetings, they had already developed their master schedules, and then there were changes in the staffing allocations that impacted them. And so that's why this year we're trying to get ahead of it, and we want to make sure that they have those staffing allocations before we do that work, so we're not causing them additional work.
Trustee Correa actually made a note of that as well. If you recall, it was the board that requested this year that we look at the budget and start the process earlier. And look at it through the lens of, is it economics? Saying that right? And so we are starting earlier than we typically do. But we also have bigger decisions to make. Are there any other questions? Ms. Westbrook, you may continue.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. If you could stop sharing, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to keep the discussion rolling. And so now we're going to go a little deeper into the actual development of the 24-25 budget. And so as the guidance we receive from our board to make sure that we do receive as much stakeholder input as we can as we make decisions, I wanted to, everyone's raptor is going off. So as Ms. Ramonda Olaloye comes forward to walk us through the budget survey results, I wanted to remind us of what the purpose of this presentation is and the objectives. And so this is to receive that stakeholder feedback from our community at large regarding the budget reduction that we're faced with at this time, where Ms. Olaloye will walk us through the feedback that we received and the trends that she saw in that data. And then, as with all of the presentations that we'll see this evening, the purpose and the objective is to inform and guide those budget reduction discussions
and to move us towards the committee's recommendations. So I'm going to pull up the next presentation. You should be able to click. Do you want to try?
Yes. Good evening. So we're gonna walk through the 2023-2024 Community Budget Feedback Survey. And so let's go ahead and begin. So the budget survey was sent out or distributed to 84,619 individuals. That window opened on November 14th and it closed on November 30th. So what you see on the screen is actually a copy of the notification that our individuals received via email and also what was received via text message. So this communication was distributed via two methodologies, email and via text. So you see that there. When we look at the distribution data, you will see the distribution groups, and we had an 88% delivered rate. And so when we think about what that looks like, 8 out of 84,619 individuals that the survey was sent to, we had 74,890 individuals that they actually received the communication via text message or email. There is some duplication here because if we had text message or a cell phone number as well as an email address listed for these individuals, they received both methodologies there, okay? Also, what you see, you will also see we broke it down to a more granular level where you have the distribution or the delivered rate for text message as well as email. So when we look at our text message, we had 26,673 text messages that were delivered with our survey. And then for our email, we had an 80% success rate with that survey being distributed via email. Now with that, you will also see that we had that text message success rate was at 31%. So we dug a little bit deeper into our data to see what happened there. We had about 57,746 of those text messages were undelivered. So we wanted to see what happened. What were some of those top reasons for our text messages not reaching our community? And what you see with the distribution groups, it was our district administrators, school administrators, our wonderful superintendent also received the distribution. Our principals, our wonderful principals, our wonderful teachers, our school board members, staff, parents, students, and community members. It's also essential to mention here that our participants were able to select multiple roles with the survey, which you will see later on in the presentation as well. Some of the reasons that we saw with why the text messages weren't received, that top reason was that there was not a cell phone number in our Blackboard communication. So we saw that at 42,752 times. We did not have an active cell phone number for those participants. We also saw that we had about 5,412 individuals that decided to opt out of Spring ISD text messages. So they just decided that they did not want to receive communications from the district. You'll also see that some cell phone numbers were deactivated. And so that was about, I think about 2,440 instances where cell phones were deactivated. And then we also had cell phone numbers that were blocked. So individuals that went into their cell phones and blocked our communications. So of course we had to do our due diligence to see why the surveys were undelivered. We also looked at the issues of the emails being undelivered as well. And so when we look there, we also had about 8,307 instances where emails were under, there was no email address. So again, no emails listed in registration paperwork. So that survey was unable to be distributed to those individuals through our Blackboard communication. You will also see, again, there were individuals that opted out of the Spring ISD communications for emails as well as invalid email addresses, as well as the email address was blocked. So those were some of the reasons why the survey distribution were unsuccessful in some of the instances for 84,619 individuals that were reached out through our Blackboard communication. Now, as we were looking at what can we do to increase participation, we definitely wanted, our communications department is actually working to launch a mid-year update. As we know, annually, we have our registration that is available digitally on our website every year, as well as the Family Expo, where our parents are able to update their information. So to kind of counteract this, our communications is working on launching a mid-year update as well, because we want to make sure we have our communication and our information so we can reach out to our constituents, our community, to ensure that we can obtain feedback in these situations. So if we go deeper into our survey participation, out of those 84,619 individuals, we had a response, we had 706 respondents. So that consisted of students, parents, staff, and community members that actually participated in the survey. As I mentioned before, we actually, that they had an opportunity to select multiple roles, because as a parent, you could be a teacher, you could be a former student. So when you see those roles listed, they had the opportunity to select multiple roles, because they could have multiple affiliations to Spring ISD. So you see the breakdown of those participants. When we also look at the statistical significance of the sample size, at 95% confidence interval with a 5% margin of error, when we look at 84,619 individuals that the survey was distributed to, then we should have 393 respondents. So we're almost double that with 706 respondents to this survey.
Could you say that again? You lost me.
Okay. So we wanted to make sure we looked at the validity of the survey sample. So when we're looking at the response rate, when we sent the survey out to 84,916 individuals with a 95% confidence interval and a 5% error of margin, for this sample to be statistically significant, we should have a response rate of 393. Our response rate was 706. We had 706 respondents.
So that's according to who? I'm lost. I'm sorry. Maybe, am I the only one that's lost, or y'all?
No, because national average response to a typical survey like this is usually 12 to 18%.
So I guess what I'm asking, to me, it just seems like the response rate is low for, I mean, it went out to almost 85,000 people, and out of 85, I guess if we could back out the number that were undeliverable. So you have, you got 57. So we have 57,746 text messages that were undeliverable. And then you have 16,579 in emails that were undeliverable. And for clarification, that 85,000 number are email and text messages, correct?
It could be duplicates, yes. If we had a cell phone number as well as an email on file for those individuals, there could be duplicates in that 84,619.
So were we not able to sort the data out, sort it to where if, when you're sending the survey out, to tell the survey, if we have an email address, then send the email. If we have a number, a phone number, then send the phone number. And if the email comes back undeliverable, do we not have the ability to cross-reference to see if we have a valid phone number?
In our Blackboard,
And I can speak to that. So we send it to both. Some people are really good about checking their email. Some people are like, I just let that million emails come in. And I
No, I'm
look at
talking
my
about
cell phone."
undeliverable. I'm not talking about not reading the email, because we don't have any data that says, I would feel better if we even had an emails that, or data that kind of told us of the unopens. So for example, when I send things out via, Constant Contacts, I'm able to see when I send text messages and emails, if they're unopened, if they don't open them, or if the email is invalid, or if the phone number is invalid. So I get that data, that analytics from Constant Contacts, and then that allows me to clean my data. So I guess the first question is, did we clean the data first before we sent the survey? And then two, or do we feel that this is a good percentage to even get valuable data?
So and I think what Ms. Olaloye was trying to explain was really looking at quantitative research and what it shows. So researchers, people much smarter than myself, have done a lot of research on how is it since you can't survey everyone, right? If we do a survey over everyone, the millions of people in the United States, we can't survey them all, but they've created metrics to say that we can trust with 95% accuracy, where the responses might be within a 5% margin of error, that if we had 370 responses, that we would be able to trust that this is valid data at a 95% confidence level. And so that's what she was trying to explain regarding that data. We always want much larger numbers in responses. I think this survey also lended itself to less responses by multiple people in a family. So when you see like all parents and guardians, a lot of those no email addresses or no text messages are because for the family, like they may fill it out and they put the other parents or guardians, but they may not put in a cell number or an email address for dad. Even so in the system, we have them listed as a contact. However, they may not have a contact information within that, the submission from when they did their student registration.
You mind if I chime in on Ms. Hodges, on one of your questions? We use Blackboard, which is similar to Constant Contact. Unlike Constant Contact, what Blackboard does every night, it speaks to our servers here at Spring, and it says, give me the names and contacts of all of your students, staff, and parents, and then it updates our Blackboard database. And so unfortunately, we can't edit the Blackboard database because it's updated every single night. And so every year we do what's called an annual update. In July, we really press parents to please update your contact information so we can get rid of the bad information. And so spoke to the team, we're probably going to do that 3 times a year instead of once a year. But in order to update that, they have to go to the campus or call the campus, talk to one of the PEMs or attendance clerks, and actually get that done physically at the campus. So it's a little more tedious.
So I don't want to spend too much time, and I know we have another part of this, but I guess my concern or just my question is, if you know, for example, when you receive the data that you had 57,746 text messages that were undeliverable and 16,579 emails, was that data sent to Blackboard for them to clean up the data so that when we do the next survey, we'll have less undeliverables?
And unfortunately, the only way to clean that data up would be like during our annual updates where the parent
Oh,
actually
we need
gives us.
another
Yeah,
system.
yeah,
That doesn't
right.
make sense.
And the exciting news is that we are switching to Aries. So in Aries, parents can actually log into their portal and update their contact information. Currently, we have to do it through either our annual or our mid-year update, or they could come to the registrar, but then the registrar has to go through and they'll do all that manually. So the new Aries system is going to allow a lot more functionality. I know you also mentioned the other that allows you a lot more details regarding the tracking. Ours is what we utilize with Blackboard is less intrusive. A lot of times what they use for that are embedded images. So those embedded images are tagged to the specific contact. So when they open up their email, it pulls the image from the web file and they know that that user saw that image. So you can actually track who saw it, who didn't. We minimize those type of security components and concerns so that we don't do that type of tracking. SMORE, we utilize SMORE, which has a little bit higher level, like we're able to see, how are they accessing it on their phone and their email, and the number that are viewing it, how long they're staying on those SMORE newsletters. But for these specific messages via email and text, it doesn't have those type of embedded cookies that people try to make sure they aren't tracked on the internet.
Thank you.
I will say that those are low response rate. Typically, when we look at survey data and I'm looking at healthcare most of the time in my career, but we look at the confidence rate along with the level of response and then make a decision whether or not that's something that we can accurately move forward with. So the amount of the survey rates that came in is extremely low. But the confidence, what they're saying is the confidence rate on what we received was high. But you can't look at them separately. You kind of have to look at them together whenever you make a decision on whether or not that data is something that you can accurately move forward with making an assessment from.
We probably do need to clean the data the way Ms. Hodges suggested. I know at my house, there's 4 email. I have my spring email address. I have the email address that my 3 kids are associated with. So I sometimes get 9 emails, right? And then my wife is getting them. And if I'll ask my wife, hey, did you do that survey? And if she says she did it, I won't do it. Or if I say I did it, she won't do it. I'm not gonna click on the link on each of the emails. And I got both of them. I got an email and text. And the other thing is, and you had said this to me about another issue, but we have been training people to not click links in emails because of malware concerns. And so, like, if there has to be I know some people probably just don't do it just because of that, right? So.
And I have to question your use of this as a random sample. This is really, I don't think, an appropriate place to say that you have a significant sample because that's researcher done. They have a process that they randomly select the parts of the population that they're going to measure. It's not self-selected like what you got. So I just don't think that's appropriate here. I'm not negating the information you got. I'm just saying we could have a conversation another time. I don't think that's an appropriate statistical method at all.
So going from the survey, so thank you for the feedback. For the survey participation, you have the 706, the students, the parents, the staff, community members that participated. You have 35% for parents that are current, 30% were teachers. The school staff, non-teaching were 11%. You have 8% for students that are current students, 8% for central office staff members, 4% for community members, 2% were campus administrators, and then you have 1% that were former students and 1% for local business partners, and then 0.4% for our ministerial alliance. Here are open-ended questions. We have, what ideas do you have for potential actions that Spring ISD can take as cost-saving measures, as well as what Spring ISD resources or services do you find to be the most valuable, as well as what Spring ISD resources or services do you find to be the least valuable?
There a reason why each of those questions was numbered one?
Unfortunately, it's, there is no reason.
I'm not necessarily put space in.
My apologies for that. So the cost saving measures, we have what ideas do you have for the potential actions? Here's our methodology for looking at the qualitative data and coding that. It was a thematic analysis of text responses. We had 46 sub themes that were created with 8 broad themes that were identified. 706 responses. Out of those 706 responses, 149 were removed. Examples of what items were removed was not applicable, I don't know, and random characters. And then each response may have multiple themes. So that's what you're going to see coming up next. Here's our top 3 major themes by row. We have our rows listed out, and then you have theme 1, theme 2, and then you have theme 3. You can, I'm not going to go through and list, but you can see one of the repeating themes in theme 1 for really all of the rows that responded to the survey is purchasing. You also see there were responses for a lot of responses for green initiatives, as well as staff. So when we break down the major themes and we look at the sub themes, what you will see is you will have the highlighted or the bolded areas. Those were the top 10 sub themes that are throughout the major themes of community, green initiatives, operations, our salaries, green initiatives, operations, schedule, salary, revenue, and our community. So you will see that information there. For community, you'll see community engagement. We had about 16 respondents that gave us information regarding community engagement. And that was reaching out to our community and asking for donations and things of that nature to come into the school to provide financial supports to our campuses to alleviate some of what we're experiencing with our budgets. Networking with our surrounding districts. Alding was specifically named in some of the responses that we received. One of the responses even said actually sharing transportation with Alding to assist with some of the budget deficits. For green initiatives, we had energy, and with energy, the responses captured unplugging appliances, unplugging our computers, unplugging things while we are gone on holidays, things of that nature. It also talked about recycling, reducing paper waste, things of that nature. We also looked at food waste. There was a lot of responses for food waste. One of the most interesting responses that we saw was actually breakfast, getting rid of the breakfast programs at schools, because what they noticed, the respondents noticed, is that during breakfast time, there's a lot of food waste and students are throwing away the foods. But what we did want to identify with that is a federal program that pays for breakfasts. And so those were some of the responses that we saw with green initiatives. With operations, of course, the transportation and the radius reduction, that was the top response that we saw from the respondents of the survey. For facilities, it was more so with the properties that we own, selling those properties and having those funds provide relief for the budget deficit. And if we are able to consolidate and close some properties that we have. And then you have salaries. That was one of the top sub themes. So reducing the amounts of salaries. But one of the things, and it was for administrators. And so that kind of aligns with what we've seen throughout some of the other presentations that you've seen tonight. But when our department looked at our current TAPER report as we're disaggregating that data, one of the things that we saw when we're talking about non-instructional administrators is that Spring ISD, in comparison to Region 4 in the state, we're at 0.6%, where Region 4 is at 1% and the state is at 1.2%. So we're actually staffed lower for non-instructional administrators compared to Region 4 in the state based upon our TAPER. So that's something that we wanted to bring to the table as we have this discussion for that category. For
That would be staff, right? Not salaries.
Well, yes, but when we were talking about the salary, those responses was about the staffing of administrators and their salaries here. So with purchasing was really, the responses there was looking at what we already have, taking inventory of what we have at the district versus purchasing things that we already may have internally. So making sure that before we make a purchase, do we have these things already or are they needed? And then you would see the district and campus events, so reducing events at the district and campus levels. Also in that particular subcategory, it was also discussion regarding no longer offering refreshments and at those events. Discontinuing convocation and winter wonderland, things of that nature. So those were the responses some of those responses that we've seen in those subcategories or those sub themes there.
I have one question, quick question. What type, how was the community, or were they educated? No. Well, because, okay.
Finish your question.
Well, because I'm just thinking, my question was, what kind of education did we provide to them as it relates to the budget or these themes? Because, and what am I trying to say? So to me, if you're not knowledgeable, like for example, there's something that just, and I said, we don't, that's not covered, like that's not a part of the budget. So I think that's something, the next time we do this type of survey, that maybe we should present them with the themes and maybe explain how that correlates to the budget items. Just a thought.
So these were open-ended questions. So they were able to identify whatever ideas that they had. And from those ideas, we coded and pulled out these themes based upon the information in their responses.
I do understand that the questions were open-ended, but in my mind, I'm thinking that maybe even if it was just a paragraph
Mhm.
leading up to the survey and just maybe outlining, okay, it's budget time, we're in a
Right.
deficit, we need help. These are some of the areas, these are the things that impact our budget, something of that nature. But
Absolutely. And this was our initial, kind of our phase one. And as we kind of go through providing some additional, that's what we were thinking. Thank you for that, Trustee Hodges. So revenue, fundraising, of course, fines. So fines, when you talk about like cell phones and things of that nature, fines for those things, donations. When we go to scheduling, the number one response was a 4-day week. And so with 4-day week, again, it goes back to your comment, your feedback, Trustee Hodges, the knowledge. With the 4-day week, there in Houston, there's one district, Crosby ISD, that has a 4-day week. But a 4-day week isn't necessarily truly a 4-day week because Crosby is open really the whole week and because they provide interventions and things of that nature. And so what we saw with the responses is that the respondees thought that the district was actually shut down on that Friday, and the district is not. And so again, that understanding that because the students, quote unquote, may not necessarily be there, some students are still there, the district is still running 5 days a week. And then you see the reduction of staff, reduction of leadership, DOI salaries. Those were again some additional sub things there that the respondees provided during the survey.
See, this is what I think is the value of it, is to get this eclectic list of ideas, like the thought of supporting the district through a private endowment fund or something like that. Now, this is where I have to ask Chief Westbrooks. Now, when we get more tax money, Texas gives us less. But I understand it's less money, right?
So.
They're always just supplementing it,
Yes.
so we get a set amount.
Yes, except in what you heard Ms. Brownson say earlier about a tax rate election. When you do a tax rate election, it's a little different because you're bringing in additional tax revenue, but you're also tapping into those golden pennies in the state aid. So in that instance, you actually get a little bit more. But the way the funding formula is written, without a tax rate election, you're absolutely right. More tax dollars equal less state aid.
However, I have heard rumors that some wealthy districts have private endowments that provide materials, people, events. Of course, I know in the past, when the last time we faced a big budget crunch and people recommended we not have the convocation at the beginning of the year, and they were not aware that the Spring Education Foundation was paying for it at that time. So, but that's okay. People are thinking and they're giving us suggestions. I just think it would be wonderful if we had one of these private endowments help us with this. So anybody know a billionaire
Make
somewhere?
my
I would like
first
to-
billion, you guys will be the first ones. I think the other value of this information, and Trustee McDaniel could also speak to this, the people in this room, this is a preview of what our community thinks about this. And we have been talking about communications routes for how to talk about the budget deficit and for how to talk about what's happening to our community, to our staffs. And so there are some ways of framing this that will make some of these cuts land less hard. And so as we start thinking about like how you might explain why we're not going to do why a 4-day work week isn't the best idea, you can just say that, or there's some ways to communicate it that really help the community understand it.
Yeah, a lot of parents need that 5-day work week for childcare. I noticed that putting busing at the 2 mile zone isn't anywhere here. Nobody wanted that.
That was the transportation.
But that
rate
was the
reduction
transportation. Okay,
For 2 miles, yes, ma'am.
okay.
And so that is all of the information from the 2023-2024 budget survey. Any additional questions?
I do want to commend you, Dr. Hinojosa, and President Durant for being so far out in front on this. I am getting this data this early for the first time. It is helping me to process. I always say I'm a slow processor. This is a real benefit. This data, I do see the value in it, so thank you as well.
Thank you, and I asked for it earlier because we've got spending cliff, we've got big decisions to make, and we need time to be able to do it right. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. And so as I move into the next portion of our discussion, I would like to ask our Spring ISD leaders, the dynamic team of 4, to make their way to the podium. So you have heard us discuss this cross-collaborative budget reduction committee that worked throughout the fall semester and met several times as a group and then individually as a part of a subcommittee. And so this evening, we're bringing the recommendations for budget efficiencies forward to the board. And so our goal here, our purpose is to propose these budget efficiencies for our 24-25 fiscal year budget, and for the board to walk away with an understanding of the rationale that the subcommittee used to create these recommendations that they're bringing forward. And as mentioned at the top of the meeting, we're also seeking to get the board's consent to move forward on as many of these budget efficiencies as possible, as once again, our goal is to go into our budget staffing meetings and begin those master schedules with our staffing allocations. So I will start with our elementary school subcommittee, and you can see on the screen here the members of the subcommittee. We've talked about the fact that the committee was cross-collaborative, and you can see we had principals, we had a teacher, 2 teachers actually. One of our teachers is a team leader at a campus, and then we had also an assistant superintendent who was a former elementary principal as well. So the committee was facilitated throughout the fall by Ms. Warford, our principal over at McNabb Elementary. But this evening, we have the honor of having Dr. Amerson, a former principal of Thompson Elementary, as our presenter. And of course, when she was a member of the subcommittee, she was the principal at Thompson Elementary, even though her role has transitioned. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the very capable Dr. Amerson.
Thank you, Ms. Westbrooks. Great evening, President Durant, Dr. Hinojosa, and trustees. Over the past several months, elementary professionals such as teachers, campus support, principals, and district leaders met to dig through the budget and work diligently to seek ways to reduce the budget deficit. After many meetings, the committee landed on 5 recommendations that will decrease the deficit but will not impede academics and student achievement. First, the committee took a hard look at stipends offered at the elementary level. One of the stipends we reviewed is the team lead stipend on line A that is currently set at $1,500. The committee is recommending to decrease this stipend by 30%. This particular role is designated by the principal, and with their knowledge of their campus staff, this role will continue to meet the needs of scholars and duties of the job description. While we understand the concern this raises for our employees, we want to be transparent as we work to keep our scholars at the center of our focus. This will yield a major cost reduction of $112,500. Secondly, the committee also did extensive research with the staffing guidelines for our campuses. Currently, at the elementary level, all schools are staffed with 2 teacher aide positions, and the committee is recommending to reduce this number to 1 as shown on line B. As a campus principal myself, I know firsthand how hard it has been to staff this particular aide position due to it being a pay grade 1 position. With the reduction of this position at the elementary level, we believe there will be minimal effect on instruction and student needs. This position continues to remain as a vacancy at several of our campuses. However, those campuses have functioned well by consolidating those duties to accommodate the needs of the campus. This reduction will yield a major cost of $525,096. As we continue to review staffing, we had the opportunity to delve deeper into the support positions on each elementary campus. Currently, all principals have begun making adjustments to support scholar needs when the ESSER relief funds go away, effective in the 2024-25 school year, by building the capacity of our student support specialists to intervene with scholars and provide needed academic support. As a committee, we are recommending to cut 1 interventionist position from each elementary campus budget as shown on line C, and this will yield a $1,664,000 reduction to the budget. To ensure we build capacity in support staff, we currently have our professional development facilitators from the professional learning department supporting instruction and facilitating learning by being on campuses currently 3 days a week. We plan to keep reading and math support positions at the campus level with an interventionist and choice position for each campus in order to protect the plans for all scholars in literacy and math. This reduction will still leave every campus with the necessary supports after reallocations. Additionally, in the previously approved 2022-23 budget, it was recommended to close the at-risk counselors, currently 13 in total, positions, which you can see on line D. Some of my colleagues have already raised a legitimate concern about the closing of this position. To that end, we're working with principals on ways to use other funding sources to purchase this position, such as Title I, and also ways to leverage school and district resources to continue to meet the needs of the campuses. Our schools will have the flexibility to use other funding sources as needed to ensure our scholars continue to be served. This will yield a major cost reduction of $1,051,089. Lastly, we understand as a board how much you value the need for our district to be bilingual, biliterate, bicultural. In order to give opportunities to more scholars district-wide to attain this need, as you can see on line E, we are recommending to close a very small under-enrolled program, currently 88 scholars, the dual language program at the School of International Studies at BAML. Every elementary campus has a dual language program across the district, and now more scholars will have the opportunity and access to be involved in a bilingual program. Our very own Dr. Joe Clark's daughter is currently a part of the dual language program at Northgate Elementary School, which is an indication of what we will provide district-wide. This will yield a major cost reduction of $685,000. As you can see, several months of considerations went into planning and identifying recommendations that we are bringing forth today. In my 11 years of experience as a campus principal, I'm certain these changes will not negatively impede student achievement, but in turn will build instructional capacity in teachers and increase overall student achievement with our scholars. Thank you.
Before we jump in, I just want to name, I appreciate the language that was used, the strategic language. We talked about the Economics Lab. And it was very evident that you all utilized that in order to be very clear, communicate our values, your recommendations, and what it will yield to make sure that it's student-centered. So just want to name that.
No other questions?
Running a quick total on these things, am I adding up to about 4 million?
Approximately, and we didn't total by subcommittee, but we have the total at the end. Yes, ma'am, the grand total.
Thank you. I have a question in regards to, first of all, thank you so much for the information, and some of my questions were answered from your presentation. As it relates to reducing the teacher aides to 1 per campus, how does that impact schools that are to capacity now? For example, I know, I think Marshall, even though we did a divide, that school is still at capacity. So having 1 aide, how's that going to impact schools that we have that are to capacity?
That's a great question. So many schools currently, as I stated, have that position as a vacancy. Simply because it's a pay grade 1 and it is a very hard position to fill. However, many principals such as Thompson, we never were able to fill that position. So we've reallocated those roles. So those duties are being taken on by others on our campus, other aides or other leaders. And again, it has not negatively impeded our day-to-day functions.
Thank you. So letter D, where we talked about the at-risk counselors, did you tell us the schools that currently have at-risk counselors and where they're located? When I read that, I thought about the equity in making sure that we're not losing those counselors in our schools that are have a large need. Yeah, they have a large need, a great need.
Absolutely. So I don't have the list in front of me. I know we have 13 campuses in total. But what we are pledging to do is work with those principals and show them how to leverage their leadership on their campuses and also how to purchase that particular role from other budgets that they have access to on their campus as well.
Trustee Hodges, we looked at all of our elementary schools and where they had high mobility and situations that made them more at risk. And that's why we gave only 13 of them had those positions.
Okay.
So we did try to look at it from an equity lens when we utilize the funds to assign those at-risk counselors. And I know we've got to make some tough decisions. That's one of the ones I kind of struggle with as well, because it was a need, which is why we did it in the first place.
Yeah, because I marked no on that one. Because I remember the dialogue that we had about that. So, okay.
I just wanted to share that I do have the list handy. I could call the campuses out here, or we could share that in the board update that you'll receive tomorrow. Which one works best?
That's fine. You can share it later.
Okay.
I was curious as to whether those positions were difficult to staff.
Are you referring to the at-risk
The
counselor
at-risk
position?
counselors, yeah.
Yes. For some, it's on a case-by-case basis, depending on the campuses, but yes, we still have vacancies in some of those positions.
And the other thing I want to do is also like piggyback on what Ms. McDaniel said about the way you presented that. That's a model. That was very well done. And again, I'm gonna try to practice talking like that. I just think it's really important that we communicate this, as an overall leadership of the district.
Thank you.
I have one question about the interventionist, and you may have mentioned it. Is it a particular subject, math or reading interventionist for C? Or do they serve multiple subjects?
So it's the decision of the campus principal for
Okay.
that particular role. This particular interventionist position is funded out of state comp ed.
Right.
And so the campus, based on the needs of the campus, the principal had the opportunity to use the campus, use that position as they see fit.
And I believe you did say, Dr. Amerson, but the goal is at the end, we'll have one for math and one
Yes.
for reading.
Yes, so that position, so we still in the campus staffings, each campus will still have a choice position and which reading or math and also a literacy position. And so that's why it should not negatively impact, reading and literacy and math instruction.
Okay, so now I'm confused because these are the SSIs, right? These are SSSs.
No, they're the interventionist
Interventions.
positions. And so what was suggested is that we would leverage the remaining SSS positions to carry some of the duties of the closed position.
Okay, okay.
So if there are no additional questions for Dr. Amerson and for the subcommittee, then we would like to ask for items A through E. Are there any that you would like to see additional data on, or if there's more research that's necessary? And if not, are we able to receive the initial nod this evening for those 5 items?
I'd like to understand the interventionist positions more. And how we're going to leverage what we're doing with the individuals that are gonna pick up the work they're doing now.
Would you like to speak to that? We have several principals in the room, so we can hopefully get those questions answered this evening.
To me, intervention is really critical in our district, especially with the mobility rate, constant changes, the language barriers we struggle with sometimes, and we need someone that's able to identify where that need is. And so when we're talking about eliminating someone that can help with that, I just need more information, so. I
So-
need to know that they're comfortable with it, and losing those positions. To me, I would think we would need more, not less.
I agree. As a campus principal, we absolutely do need more, looking at the needs of our campuses. However, as you all stated earlier, we have to make some very hard decisions. And one of these decisions is to cut this position. However, we have very capable staff members on our campus. As a principal, we know our staff and we build capacity in our staff regularly, on a regular basis, leveraging our leadership and leveraging opportunities. So the student support specialists have been teachers. Most of them are master teachers. So they're very well adept with the curriculum and they know how to lead PLCs, and they also know how to intervene and identify the needs of the scholars. That's why that position would be the best suited to continue to support the lift that we're trying to get in our campuses. And that's why student support specialists will be on hand, because essentially they've done the work before. So this would not be a new job basically for them. And we'll be there to support them. So like I mentioned earlier, our professional learning team, we're boots to the ground 3 days a week. We're on campuses, so it won't be a huge lift for them, but we'll have people going into the building to also help support and intervene with students as well.
So you're not talking about the team leads?
No, ma'am, this is, so student support specialists are the ones that will help support where the interventionists were supporting for this academic school year. Team leads, they will continue to be team leads. They will continue to support their grade levels. That's not what we're referring to. This is just in regards to interventions.
Do student support specialists also support with behavior interventions?
So
Or strictly
if there is under RTI, if there is a, they do something called DPM's decision point meetings where teachers come and bring information and data. And so they help collect that data and guide teachers on supporting that, but they are not an interventionist that supports behavior.
So they're primarily focusing on academics anyway?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think I'm interested in knowing, we were talking about the letter E, the dual language. Did you tell me how many campuses have, did you say all the campuses have dual language
All
programs?
elementary campuses.
Okay, so if we close the program that was referenced, which is that, so we're talking about closing BAML. And I'm just curious, how much money have we put into that program to date? Do we have a dollar amount?
I'm going to defer that question.
So when you say funds that we're putting into the program, so there's the recurring costs, the salaries, which is what's here. But we did do some retrofitting when we originally brought that campus up to a pre-K elementary. I don't know what the numbers are on that one right offhand.
Yeah, I don't have the numbers on the facility upgrades, but it was one hallway that we upgraded for the lower grades. So it amounted to one hallway. I'd have to pull those numbers.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Just some historical data, Ms. Hodges, and you probably were not here. We opened this program back in 2019. And that's when all the middle schools, we were looking at opportunities. And so this program opened in 2019, 2020 during the pandemic. And as Dr. Emerson said, we've got 88 students. 2 years ago, the district, as we really look at our vision and our goal, and that is to have all students have the opportunity to be bilingual, biliterate, and bicultural. We also looked at our own bilingual programs. Our own bilingual programs were late exit programs, meaning they stayed in Spanish all the way through. And what we not only heard from our middle school principals, but most importantly, the research that Rice brought forward is our students were matriculating to middle school, limited in English still, and matriculating to high school, limited in English. And so we were creating what we call long-term ELs. And back in 2021, we saw our number of long-term ELs or EBs. The dropout rate was really high. So as we worked through, we realized that our bilingual program in the elementary school was not meeting the needs of our students. So we moved to a dual language program. And so now all of our elementary campuses are bilingual teachers. Now dual language teachers have been trained in the dual language program. So any one of our elementary schools, campuses has a dual language program and an English speaker. Like if, you know, Mr. Adams, Meyer Elementary, wanted to have his English speaking son come into that dual language program, now he can come right in. Unlike previously, when we were in a late exit bilingual program, he wouldn't have been successful. So now our schools are set up. This is year 2. And so the need is not really there for just a school of choice. And we also found that parents are more apprehensive to have their children travel across the district to go and access this program versus my home campus right down in my neighborhood now offers it. While we recruit heavily, our numbers have not gone where we expected back in 2019. Here we are 4 years later. Our kids are now in 5th grade and we have 3 students in 5th grade. So it's a great model. We know it's successful. We have it very successful at Northgate. And what we want to be able to do is give English-speaking parents the opportunity to have it in their own neighborhood and be able to allow BAML, the School for International Studies, to concentrate on the middle school campus and really put their efforts there, while then providing more opportunities to our English-speaking parents that want to have the opportunity for their child to be dual language, biliterate, bilingual, and bicultural.
Thank you.
I'd also like to echo a thank you on this presentation. Very thorough, very informative, and as I go through it, review it, and look at your recommendations and your rationale for the reduction, I could say, yes, I could approve each one of these, A through E, on being a successful means of reduction without harming our students, because I think my goal is to make sure that we're not harming our students in any way, or doing a disadvantage, I should say, to our students. And I could see each one of these happening with our campuses still being successful with our students and not harming them. So thank you for this presentation.
Ms. Westbrooks, I think you have your nod.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, then we'll move to our next subcommittee, which is the secondary schools. And that committee was facilitated throughout the process by Dr. Collins, our Director of Counseling. But this evening, we have our proud principal of Momentum High School, Stacy Smith, that's going to present the subcommittee's recommendations. So I'll turn it over to her.
Good evening. The secondary committee was made up of representatives from middle school, high school, school leadership, counseling, and curriculum, which allowed us to have a well-rounded discussion. Of note that campus representation was also composed of both administrators and teachers. This process was hard. Everyone needs every position that they have, and every staff member is essential. So we were forced to think back to what our staffing looked like before the pandemic. As we know, before the pandemic, we had less staff and served more students. This mindset was helpful to us as we got into the work. So let's discuss the secondary proposed reductions. As you will see, most of the reductions are at the high school level, as the middle school level experienced several reductions in the last budget cycle. So on line item F, our first proposed reduction is to reduce the number of clerical aid 2 positions by 1 at each high school campus. This would mean a savings of $83,118. With an estimated 7,517 students at the affected schools, this means a cost per student of $11. The rationale for cutting this position is that many of these clerical aid 2 staff are used in different capacities. Risks to this reduction are that the duties would need to be allocated to other staff members, and aides may have to be shared among offices. So it will be important that task completion is monitored to ensure that those essential tasks are still getting completed. Our second proposed reduction on line G is to remove the library aide position at the high schools. This would be a proposed savings of $100,353. The rationale for removing this position is that the certified librarian can perform the essential duties in the library without an aide. Removing this position does carry the risk of limiting students' access to the library except through scheduled visits. So it will be important that we monitor checkout rates to determine if there is a significant decrease in students checking out books. Line item H, our next reduction is 2 interventionist positions at the high schools. This would result in a savings of $640,000. The rationale for this reduction is that instructional specialists on the campus can provide support to dual subjects to improve Tier 1 instruction across content areas. Removing these 2 positions does reduce the opportunity to provide prescriptive interventions, and classrooms could receive less supports. Also, some campuses use these positions differently, and interventionists may serve multiple roles. So it will be important that formal and informal assessment data is tracked to monitor growth and progress. Line item I involves the reduction of 1 CTE teacher at each of the comprehensive high school campuses. This would result in a savings of $384,000. This recommendation is based on the fact that when we look at the master schedule and at the course loads, there are some low numbers of students in some CTE course sections. Some of those sections can be combined with others and be co-seated to maximize staff utilization. As always, there is a risk of cutting staff. Pathway offerings could be impacted. Student endorsements and program of study selections will need to be evaluated to identify the need for the position at each campus. Line item J, this reduction involves eliminating the district paying for AP exams for students. This would be an estimated savings of $90,000. Discussion on this item revolved around the fact that a good number of students take AP courses for the bump in GPA points. Additionally, there is a concern that students do not take the test itself seriously. A change in policy has meant that if the students did not take the AP test, then they would lose those GPA points associated with the advanced class. So though more students sat for the test, this did not result in a noticeable increase in those AP scores. Ending the practice of paying for the entire cost of student AP exams could possibly mean that less students would take the exam due to the cost of that exam. So it will be necessary for us to monitor the number of students taking and receiving credit for AP exams once the district no longer funded the cost of the exam compared to the number taking and receiving credit before the change. Also, students who take the AP exam and earn a 3, 4, or a 5 could receive reimbursement for the test registration from the district. For line item K, this is a reduction of the educational technology position at Momentum High School. This would result in an estimated savings of $77,000. This position exists only at Momentum High School, and its duties and responsibilities can be covered by other positions on campus. And at other campuses, it is covered by other positions on the campus. There's no identified risk to eliminating this position, but it will be important to assess the process of technology distribution and support. I'm going to talk about line items L and M together, as they're both revolving around the elimination of administering the PSAT at grades 8 and 9. Both middle school and high school representatives of the committee discussed the fact that the students at these two particular grade levels do not take the PSAT administration seriously. And this can be attributed to a couple of things. First of all, a misunderstanding or a lack of interest in the importance of the test. So when am I ever going to need this? What is this test for? And then second, testing fatigue. 8th grade students are already participating in the MAP assessment 3 times a year, as well as benchmarks and checkpoints and 4 STAR tests. 9th graders are also taking MAP 3 times a year. They take benchmarks and checkpoints as well, and then they take 3 EOC STAR tests. Not administering the official version of the PSAT at grades 8 and 9 would result in a $17,873 savings at the 8th grade level and a $19,105 savings at the 8th grade level, and then 9th grade is $19,105. The risk of eliminating these tests is less exposure to college preparation testing. However, release tests are available and they can be given to students at a much reduced cost. And the district could allow students who are interested in taking the official version to sign up to do so. Our final proposed reduction involves eliminating 5 hall monitor positions at each high school. This would result in a savings of $356,340. During the 1920 school year, pre-pandemic, high schools were allotted 5 hall monitors. Currently, high schools are allotted 10 hall monitors, but not are filled because, as Dr. Amerson talked about earlier, it's a pay grade 1 position, and those positions are typically difficult for us to fill. The risk of removing these 5 positions is the decrease of hallway supervision during the class period. And so it would be important to monitor hallway behaviors and incidents. Budget cuts are never easy. Each campus has a use for all of their allocated positions, and discussions about having to make do without are difficult. We hope that these suggested reductions will lift some of the burden the district is facing.
When you say for item N, those positions are hard to fill, what would you typically say the fill rate is?
Right now, there is only there is one high school that has 7 of those 10 positions filled. Everyone else has less than 5 of the hall monitor positions filled currently.
I can give also a real example, Mr. Adams, when we were trying to actually we were trying to strategically fill these positions at Spring High School specifically, when we were revamping the structure of the building and our approach to supporting the school. And I believe at the time we had 6 vacancies, and in the whole time we had them posted, we were only able to find 1, so we were able to get 5 out of 10. And so what the campus had to do too is strategically reallocate those FTEs to be able to find a position that can help instruction. So that is technically a position that's been very hard to fill. And the campuses have done a dynamite job at advertising with human resources, trying to market the position. But that sticks out to me because I know we were physically there, really trying to support the campus and getting those positions filled. And they, you know, and they do serve a very critical role. They provide presence and visibility in the campus, establishing relationships with students. It's just a very, very difficult position to hire for.
I don't know, that bothers me. It's like the third position, I think, is hard to fill. Even last time, I think it was the math fellows that were difficult to fill. To me, there needs to be changes around the role and not eliminating them. Instead of saying that they're hard to fill, but let's eliminate them. Then I struggle with, if they aren't there now, where's the real savings?
Well, we're still budgeting for them. And so even though we do have a vacancy allotment, we're still budgeting for it each year when we prepare the budget. So the savings would be that we would remove that from our budget going forward. And so, yes, we're saving when we have the vacancies, but we're not having to allot for those positions. And to the point of one campus has 7 positions filled, well, that's a savings of 2 that we wouldn't currently have. And so, yes, it is a savings because we're not having to budget for it going forward.
But we aren't spending it in the ultimately.
Yes, right now we're at budget versus actual. So there is savings because we're having vacancies. We have vacancies across the district in all positions, but the position could still be filled at any time.
I just cringe every time he says a hard position to fill. As opposed to trying to find a bilingual math teacher or an OT or ST or PT.
That's an issue.
Those are real positions hard to fill.
Well, Ms. Brown, well,
These, to me, it will scream every time I say that. I'm sorry.
Well, President Durant, here's one of the things that complicates it. So it is our lowest level paraprofessional position. And the way we pay in the school district is by days worked. And so as we move throughout the school year, the number of days available to work in position, for example, if this is a 187-day position, and by January, there are only 100 days left. And so they're only paid for 100 days, and then that's divided over the summer months when we're not in session. So what happens is sometimes people are recommended for these positions. However, when they come in with us and we give them the salary, they're like, oh no, well, I thought I was gonna be making this. Well, yes, that's for the full 187 days. You're only be working 100 days this school year. So this is what your check is going to look like. And we actually do reach a point, I don't know, in other school districts where pay grade 1 level positions, people actually would make more money subbing than they would filling the position for the last 3 months of the school year. So they become harder to fill as the year goes on when the vacancy occurs. But I do show that we have 29 hall monitors currently as of today in positions.
I had a question about the librarians. Do all of the schools have their own librarian? Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure because if not, I was curious as to how that would work. And then with the CTE program, it seems like I thought we had to spend a certain amount of money or something like that. I'm refresh my memory of one of my colleagues, if y'all remember. I know we received several presentations about CTE, but I thought we had to spend a certain percentage of that, of the state funding for CTE? And then isn't that somewhat of a revenue generating program for us?
It should be. It is. So
Mhm.
CTE is a revenue generating program. However, since we've been in the pandemic and even a little bit before, we have not been generating the CTE funding that we could and should be receiving. And some of that discussion we had at the December 11th board meeting when we talked about what we call the jumpers, the students that are not going through the thank you, sequence. And so we're getting the 1 and 2 level funding for CTE, but we're not getting that higher level funding for CTE. And so the other thing is when we were doing the analysis, we're looking at the class sizes, and we've got really small class sizes in some of our pathways. And so the opportunity to collapse some of that, and the only way you would generate a savings would be by removing one of the teaching FTEs. And so, yes, CTE does have that capability. That has not been our reality as of late.
But still, that is a program that has the has the opportunity to generate revenue for us. So did we strategize around how to enhance that program so it could reach that tier to raise so that we can get those funds?
And so, yes, it is a revenue generating program and it does generate funds. It does. And so we're in the coding world every day, all day, and trying to maximize the funding that we receive with our CTE program, but it has not. And that's just our reality. It has not been generating what it could generate over the last several years. And we've had a lot of discussions about that.
We know why our students.
Yeah, I was gonna say, going back to our original question though, if we cut back that program, how much funding would we lose then from the state? Because I thought wasn't it something like 52% or something like that?
55%. We're
Okay.
generating the funding based on the students that are in the CTE. What we're proposing is to decrease what we're spending. So we're not at jeopardy of not spending our CTE allotment.
Okay.
So we're still generating the revenue based on the students. What we're looking at is the other side of the equation, and that's how much we're spending of the revenue that we're bringing in. So it is an opportunity, and I feel as though we have been working towards that opportunity of maximizing that funding. But right now we have a lot of pathways, and we're spreading ourselves thin, and that's where we have some of those smaller class sizes.
And so when did the pathways become, I guess, when did we start spreading ourselves too thin? Okay.
Yeah, so, as you're looking at CTE pathways, there's lots of opportunities for kids. And as we looked at the data, you can see even kids jumping from this pathway to that pathway, which is hurting those numbers. And so, well, we have lots of opportunities in different pathways. When you cut down on ultimately, you still have the same 5 endorsements. And so you can cut down on the number of pathways that are offered, and still allow students the opportunity to have those endorsements or have opportunities to gain certifications, industry-based certifications in that similar endorsement area, maybe a little bit different, but you can work to bring those together. And so an example of some of that we did was there's agricultural mechanics, which involves like welding and fabrication. And then you can also have welding. Well, if we had those two pathways, and at one time we did at the same time on the same campus, there's a lot of similarities between those, but they are 2 separate pathways. And so by eliminating welding and focusing on the agricultural mechanics, then you're still giving students those experiences, in some ways a more widespread experience in some of the other areas of agriculture. And so the student is not penalized. They're still able to chase their dreams, see the opportunities. And one thing that's also beneficial is that when you're able to focus on less pathways, that it allows more opportunities for more sections of that same pathway. A lot of times what keeps our students from being completers is they have to choose between, do I want to be in PVA or do I want to complete my pathway? Or do I want to take this dual credit or AP or athletics even? And so what is being proposed is that we help streamline those pathways to not cut any opportunity for students to complete CTE, actually to increase those opportunities. And so we have a lot of teachers that may have 5 kids in a class because that's what students are interested in for that specific pathway. So our student interests are changing, and so we always need every year to reevaluate what that is and look at sunsetting those pathways that aren't full.
So for clarification, reducing or making this, if we agree to this recommendation, this will not reduce the revenue that is currently generated by CTE?
No, it will
Okay.
not. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And I had another question. Did you have a question about this? Go for it. Oh, okay. Let me see, I actually took notes. How, on letter J, by eliminating that, on letter J, we were talking about the AP exams for students. Does this negatively impact any funding opportunities in other areas? Is that with the AP program? No, none that you all are aware of? Okay. All right.
And I wanted to go back to your question about CTE as well.
Mhm.
And that's not going to stop our efforts at making sure that all of our coding is cleaned up and that we're getting every dollar we can and should
Okay.
be receiving from CTE. So I just wanted to make sure I drove that point home.
Okay, and then the conversation around letter H in the high schools, that that was just kind of a red flag to me because if I'm remembering correctly, what are our high schools? What were we graded? What grade did our high schools receive?
Accountability ratings for our high schools were, we had Cs and, well, of course, we had our A campuses. We did have C and we did have D campus.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought we had that they were Fs, but either way, a D.
Yeah, and the Ds and the Fs would be not rated. Now, what we're projecting with this new test, and that's probably where you heard the Fs,
Mhm.
in the new test and the new accountability that's being proposed,
Mhm.
unfortunately, our comprehensive high schools could be, I don't want to put it out there, but it could be an F. But it's related more to, of course, the new accountability system and our CCMR. And I think and I'll let Ms. Rogers Smith explain this, on the interventionist and the number of specialists that the high schools have.
So
Of where the work could be done. where it
well,
could
the
be
reason I
distributed.
asked that question is because I know that we, with us having that grade or that accountability rating, that kind of concerns me with us making any changes in the high schools. That's all. So what would be our plan for that?
So the plan is to use the instructional specialists that are at each campus. Each high school campus uses their interventionist and their instructional specialists differently. So it's difficult for us to say, we're just going to lop off this one thing because each of us is different. My campus, for instance, I don't have interventionists at all. So the intervention at my campus is done with the teaching staff that we have. So I would ask one of the comprehensive high schools maybe to answer that question and how they use their interventionists.
Okay, I think we had an emergency at Westfield and Miss Hunter had to step out. Are you Miss Hunter? Oh, you moved seats. Do you want to talk a little bit about the interventionist?
So with the interventionists, we use our interventionists right now. I have 2. And so we do use the interventionists to go into classes, to do pullouts, to do push-ins. They're helping to organize our lessons for our interventions. They're also working in some of our on-level classes, going in with our students to also work with them. So just looking at this, we talked about just being able to utilize them with multiple subjects. If we had 2
Like the social studies, they can do social studies in English, one can do math and science, and then just come up with a schedule where they would work with specific classes, and they would have to be strategic with where we schedule our students in the classes, based on our data, so that they would be able to get.
Thank you. And I don't know if this is redundant, but can you clarify the difference between an instructional specialist and an interventionist?
So a lot of times with our instructional specialists, they work a lot with the actual teachers.
Oh, that's what I thought.
So they do a lot of coaching.
Okay.
The interventionists are focused on the students.
So we're saying that we're gonna take the instructional specialist from working with the teachers to now working with the student?
So they can work with both. They can do both. Just have to be very strategic in how you plan that.
No. What department does that fall under, the interventionist? Didn't we just recently hire someone that does actual coaching or something that works directly with the interventionist? Did we? Is that?
Our interventionists, or we have response to interventionists, the RTI, they're in the academics.
Okay.
And those coordinators work with the interventionists at the campus to help them do the decision point meetings, to help them understand the data, to help them group the students and be able to provide those services. But that does fall under academics in the curriculum.
Yes, ma'am. It's three positions. So in our elementary office, we have one. In our secondary office under Robin Carrier, we have the middle and the high school RTI specialists. And they do fundal centralized supports. They do coaching with all the school-based interventionists, specifically around that work as well. They actually try to simplify the work for our campuses, trying to identify students in need, looking at risk indicators, and really trying to help the campus-based interventionists, have all the information, have all the tools to be able to do the work at the campus more seamlessly.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So to clarify, there's two sets of interventionists. There's the RTI and then there's on campus. RTI coming from the district and then on campus interventionist.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're saying
RTI specialist.
we are considering removing the on-campus interventionist. They would still have the RTI support from the district.
Yes, ma'am. That's the plan.
Okay. Going back to the instructional specialists, it says they serve as dual subjects. What are those subjects currently? Or
In
it
some
depends.
campus, yes, there, you may have someone that is strong in both, English and social studies, and so say they service both of those departments, or depending on what their teaching specialty was, really.
Okay. I'm just concerned with that. It's difficult to work with teachers and students, and I understand you can try and be strategic, but that's difficult, but also the number of students impacted. That's the one that impacts the most students. And so with this, where our schools are currently and where we want to get and that many students being impacted, that one is a concern for me, so.
One way to look at the instructional specialist working with both students and teachers is that instructional specialist can go in and model for that teacher with that teacher's students what needs to happen, and then it can be replicated. Often teachers need to see it work with their own kids in order to be able to replicate it themselves. So that provides that opportunity. Let me come into your classroom. Let me pull this small group of your kids so that you can see how they respond to these different teaching, techniques, and then you're able to replicate that in your teaching when I'm not there as the instructional specialist.
I think, given the struggle that is sort of manifest when we look at our accountability rating for whatever you want to take that for, this one is a harder pill to swallow. And so, like, your strategic planning around how you sort of fill in the gaps for the students at the high schools. I hate to see that particular resource taken away. So I don't, and the other thing that I'm sort of hearing is, and maybe it's just me, but we have to keep sight on that this is just the budget process. This isn't the writing check part. This is just the part where we're planning for this. So just because we don't budget for something doesn't mean we're not providing that service to students in some other way. I just like want to remind I need reminding, 'cause sometimes I hear something, I'm like, wait, what? And we really are providing the service.
And with that, I think as we're going through this budget process, that should be clarified. Especially because we have these open meetings and like I was saying, the education piece for the community, they're just hearing that we're having these cuts. So we have to explain that, okay, we're cutting this here, but we're going to be able to provide this service in another area in order to get their support. So I think that's gonna be something that's gonna be important for us to do as well.
I think that is the communication, the template that we've been practicing with, to be able to, yes, we are reducing here, and this is how it's going to be, supplemented. This is how we're gonna address it. The other thing that came to mind, Ms. McDaniel, is how we use currently our MCLs, in our opportunity culture. And then I know how I used my coaches to where they had class, our multi-level, multi-classroom teacher leaders. And those are our most experienced teachers that teach for a part of their day. They may have 1 or 2 periods, and I know I have several schools that have this in place. And then the rest of the time, they're coaching the teachers. So they're actually working with the kiddos. Other teachers can come and observe how that works. And then they step out of that class because either we have our teacher residents that we're getting from Prairie View and Sam Houston, and they take over the class while that MCL, that master classroom, multi-grade classroom teacher leader goes out. And so it's having those 2 roles where it's the best of our teachers are still touching kids and then they go touch teachers.
How many MCLs are at the high school, operating at the high schools? Do we know?
Right now, we've piloted in elementary and middle school. I know Dr. Emerson has it in elementary. We've got some of the middle schools that are here. I see Robertson back there, one of our actual MCLs here. But Dr. Emerson, you want to talk about that?
So yes, thank you, Dr. Hinojosa, for bringing that up. Opportunity Culture is a program that really focuses on doing both coaching and teaching. And so one of the benefits that we get to see is our master teachers not only provide those interventions in class, pull those small groups, work one-on-one with their scholars, but it also allows them to take their skill set and deposit it into other teachers through coaching, through modeling, through PLCs. And so that framework is what we want to duplicate across the campus. That's what we essentially want to have on every grade level, in every campus, and at every level, elementary, middle, and high, because it maximizes our opportunities to touch kids. It maximizes our opportunities to grow teachers and to grow other leaders. So I'm so glad Dr. Hinojosa hit on that, because that's exactly the model that we want to implement across the campuses.
So my question is, well, that was my question. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, because you brought up MCL, so when are we going to utilize that to supplement this cut?
Yeah, right now we are partnering with Houston Endowment, Prairie View, A&M, as well as Sam Houston. So we started with 5, we added 7. So now we have 12, and so we're growing at a time. We don't have high school in place yet.
Right.
Right. Because we want to make sure that we're solid in our models and that we have enough teacher residents coming in, because that's the key. We've got to get our university students that are coming in for that 1 year to work with us.
So is there maybe a proposed timeline for when we're going to get to high school, or we're not
I
sure?
know, I see Ms. Tillman here, and we have been very intentional and being, this is just our second year. We don't want to grow too fast, because when you think about high school,
Yeah,
it's a
I
much bigger.
understand. I'm just trying to think about how are we supplementing where we're,
Yes,
you
yes, no, I hear you, and You know, if it was up to us, we would do all of them. We're just right now developing our partnerships. I'll tell you, Purview A&M has committed to us and our numbers are increasing with them. And so it's getting those teacher residents.
Okay.
I forgot my question.
Well, I was just gonna add, well, go ahead, I'm gonna let Chief Westbrook's ask a question, or do we have nods? I know that was.
Oh.
gonna be-
Well, I was trying to wait for everybody to finish.
Okay.
I'm gonna struggle with any intervention. This changes at our high school campuses. I'm gonna struggle with that. And I'm also gonna struggle with changes in CTE without a comprehensive survey and study of what we have today. Just, we're gonna cut. Is that equitable? Do we need it cut everywhere at all of the schools? Or do we need to keep them at one school and not at the other? Have we really done the analysis to determine that? We are sitting at 16 in my office, private and charter schools. We're struggling around choices and opportunities. We also are sitting with a demographic of students that don't always go to college. And these are the opportunities that allow them to build a career and be certified to support their families. And so just broadly, I'm not okay tonight. I'll just say tonight with moving forward with what we have here for our high schools.
And just to piggyback off of what President Durant said, those were the only two areas that I had concerns with as well, are letter H and the CTE, I think is letter I, because it just concerns me because I know that our high schools are struggling. So and I know we have to make hard decisions. I just hoping that there's some other ways that we can maybe cut back to find those funds. And the same thing with the CTE program, similar to what, actually, I didn't even think about that being a pathway, and some of our kids don't all go to college. And so I don't know, those are the only two that I struggle with as well, because I actually, on a personal note, think about my nephew and what if he, then isn't able to have access to some of those services that the CTE program offers. So I don't know, that's the only two things.
Push
I
back
struggle with.
on the CTE conversation a little bit. In terms of like surveying students and looking at the data, seems to me like all the data we need is present in a classroom with only 6 students. And so again, we're talking about budgeting. We're talking about eliminating a position in terms of budgeting. We're looking at our EPGs, our education planning guides, and seeing that there's a lot of space in that education planning guide where there are no students. That seemed to me like the easy thing to do would be to eliminate that position and then let the campus principals decide we don't need the extra ag class because there's only 6 kids participating in the ag class. Like to me, that's an easy budget decision. It might be a harder decision when it comes to cutting a check and deciding which check you're not going to cut. But if there's 6 kids in a class or 6 kids in a pathway, even not even a class, and almost nobody's getting to the 3rd level where we really rake in the money, then to me, that's an easy. I am struggling with the interventions issue though.
If I could give an example of the CTE cuts, exactly what you're talking about, when I was at Spring High School, we ended up having to sunset the firefighter program. We loved the program. It was a great straight to work opportunity for students, but there were 6 kids in the pathway, like you're talking about, and they were basketball players as well. So when they needed to take that 3rd year firefighter class that was 3 class periods long, it meant that they missed basketball. And so the hard decisions for the kids to make made us have to sunset that program. It just wasn't feasible for us to continue it. Now, using the ABL results for the high school will really help us understand, does a high school have to lose a CTE position, or is there no way based on their enrollment that we could cut a CTE position? Because we're not going to cut just to cut if the need is there. But if there are classes that exist where there are 4 or 5 kids in the classroom, that's not good utilization of staff. And it's also not good utilization for the kids. That's such a small group. are they really getting out of the pathway what they're supposed to be getting out of the pathway?
And so that also, you bring up a very valid point, and thank you. That also raises a question that I always ask. Why, if there are such small numbers in the class, why are we being presented with that at this budget time? Like, weren't we aware of that, say, a year ago, so that we could start, and maybe we were, because we get a lot of information, but it wasn't impressed upon us as much as it is now with this information. That's.
I can tell you what I think the issue is. Like, we go to these, I go to the conference. I brought back, what was it? Butchering from Longview, right? I'm always in Dr. Pariso's ear about getting kids in a pathway around the airport. We want to provide lots of opportunities for our kids. It costs. And it's the same problem that we were just talking about with the, if you have all these opportunities, that's great from an academic standpoint. It's not necessarily so great from a budget standpoint, just like the number of kids in the classrooms.
Right, no, and I get that, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
At this time,
Oh, that's right.
at this time of year,
Uh-huh.
students have not made any selection of classes at this time. Schools do not know how many sections that they will need of any particular subject at this time. So I can see it not being difficult to eliminate CTE at this time by combining, once you get your numbers, combining career pathways under one teacher. One teacher can teach 2 or maybe even 3 career pathways, depending on the subject. For example, you mentioned butchering. Butchering can be taught in the beginning agricultural class. Equine science may consider it. There are several subjects that could entail different career paths. And so I can see combining career paths with one teacher to make it not a problem for a teacher to lose a CTE program at this time. And as you said, I would not want a class with 6 students.
Right.
A teacher wouldn't want that because it wouldn't, for the students in there, the more students you have in a class, the conversation, the learning, the better the learning is for the students.
And I totally
then
get
when
that.
you
I
have all
think
that conversation.
the point
So
I was trying to make was, if we've struggled with having small CTE classes, why are we just making these adjustments now? Why is it requiring us to be at a major deficit for this to be presented to the board as a recommendation? That's what I was trying to make.
And it's not just, we've been adjusting. I know when I arrived in the district back in 2014, we had 25 at one campus, 26 pathways. So there were a lot of pathways. And so little by little, we've been narrowing them down. We also are a district of choice and opportunities, and we weren't facing such a challenge before. And, we actually have opened new pathways because we want to give the children that opportunity, and we have the money. Now that we're on the other side of the pandemic, the money's really not there. And some of our pathways are really struggling because we don't have the funds to keep the equipment, build and keep them, up to date. Our dentistry, those chairs are so expensive that we're using all of our money and we have outdated equipment. And so every year we've narrowed, but now it's time. But we've gone from 25 and 26 pathways in 2014 down to 16. So we've been literally doing it slowly, but we've always had the funds now, with the less students. We are at 9,000 high school students, where before we had over 10,000 students in high school. And so, now it's that hard time. But I definitely agree with, and I always want to say Ms. Rogers, Ms. Smith, You know, we need to really look at ABL, just like Ms. Newhouse said,
Exactly what
right
my-
now is that audit, and it would be easy to do it now. Because no child has selected a pathway, and it would be a sunset. It wouldn't be, you're in it today and you're gone next year. It would be a process, and we've done that before as a sunset process.
Okay, so back to my original statement, because I want to be a little more clear, because I said at this time, I can't support it. Because I do believe that additional work, needs to be done. We need to find out exactly. It says our ABL study. What does it indicate? We are always sunsetting, courses almost every year. I remember voting for them all the time when we do the, yeah, when we do the EPG, we sunset where there's no longer a need. We do that on a regular basis. I just don't want to broadly say reduce CTE unless we've really looked at the ABL study. We've really looked at, yes, it's only 6 kids there. Why is it only 6 kids there? Is it because of our master schedule, why we don't have those kids in there? And if we're going to combine them, which ones can we combine? Where can we combine them? And then look at, where we're going to cut. Unless maybe we don't even want to do it across the board at all the campuses once we really evaluate and looked at the data. So I just think, for me, I'm struggling with our recommendations here for high school at this time, because I think that question tonight is, do we need more information? Do we feel there needs to be more done? And from my perspective, absolutely. I'm even struggling around the PAT and SAT, because exposing our kids as soon as possible to that, to me, isn't something that I really, I'm struggling with that. And then you say to me, they're not interested. Well, how aware are they? Have we really imposed upon them what that is? So I'm struggling with a little bit of it right now. And have we really done what we need to do to make these decisions? And our high schools are at a point right now where I don't know if we want to start making cuts.
I'd like to add a little bit here about the AP tests. I've heard from teachers that sometimes some students don't even try. They know that they've just got to take the test to get the credit in the course, and they're not studying for it. They're not even trying. I think it's kind of nice to have a little skin in the game there, where they got to make a 3, 4, or 5 to get some money back there. Sometimes teenagers need their attitudes adjusted a little bit to the real world. Another thing is PSAT. I love the idea of giving them a release test, so they get the feeling of, oh my gosh, this is a different game here, and I've got to really study for this thing and prepare and that sort of thing. The other thing is about the CTE courses. Kids have so many choices. I think sometimes they'd love to do that pathway and that pathway and that pathway, but they've got to choose one and go for it. So, we're going to have to find a sweet spot there of, we love school choices and all these program choices, but when you have too many, I think it's detrimental to the students. Well, that's where we have them switching and going all over. And that I think it's really, we're going to have to find a sweet spot. And so I think maybe trimming might be a good idea.
By way of, so one, I thought I heard in the presentation around the AP test that there was sort of a pay for performance initiative, like that was part of the plan. In terms of the PSAT test, we're not, I don't think we're proposing not letting kids take the PSAT. What we're saying is there is no longer a mandatory requirement that every 8th grader and 9th grader take the PSAT test. It does not mean we can't provide in our budget for a set number of interested kids to get their PSAT paid for if they decide they want to take it, and having the kids take a release test. But I think if we're deciding here at the budget point that like, yeah, we really should mandate every kid. Cause you just said like all kids don't want to go to college. So we shouldn't mandate that every kid take this college entrance test. We should allow for the opportunity and budget for the opportunity, but I don't think we should mandate it.
Call for quick clarification on where we are. And so from items F through I, which are on the screen right now. Just want to make sure I'm understanding. F, we're okay with the nod. G, we're okay with the nod. Are we saying that we're holding on H and I? And if we are saying we're holding on H and I, can you let us know what data you would like to see for that decision to be made?
I will say I am holding off on H. I'm not comfortable with H. It's interventionist.
But a question was, what do you want to see?
Well, that's, as a body, maybe we can determine. I'm not certain, but
You turn your mic.
So we're several months ahead of where we usually are with the budget, which is why we asked for it in January. Give the body an opportunity to digest that. What we're asking for you is to come back with, to me, I'm not saying I'm against any of them. I'm asking for additional information. What additional plans are? What are
So
alternatives gonna be?
yes, and that's what I'm asking you when you say additional information, so we make sure we're bringing back what you would like to see. So the plan for how the campuses will still provide those interventions without the positions?
Well, what it says here is that the instructional specialists who serve dual subjects can serve as the dual role. What's their capacity right now? How are we gonna do that? I mean, it's just, to me, I think we need an interventionist in almost every class in our high schools right now. So I'm just really, yeah, so I need more time to digest it.
President Durant, I could bring back
I need you to tell me what additional information you can provide me to answer my question.
sorry. No, I was gonna go ahead and provide you a follow-up to your question and do it campus by campus. Because we also know it's gonna look different by campus because they have different needs. I want to make sure I get you all the specific individualized information that will be tailored by what the campus needs are, based off the data, based off the students that they're working with. So I can provide that to you, the board, based off the comprehensive high school.
I think that would be helpful because it currently is, well, this high school does this high school does that, and so it doesn't really give a clear picture. So that would be very helpful. Dr.
Yes, ma'am. You got it.
And then with regards to CT, I don't know, I'd like to hear from Ms. Williams on what we're doing and where we're going. It even indicates here, it says, can be combined pending the ABL study results. Is that, it even says here on our grid.
Ms. Smith said that earlier as well.
Okay, so
So do you want to
I'm
hear
not
from Ms.
prepared to go
Williams
forward
right
with it.
now?
I'm not ready to nod on that one tonight.
Are you asking Ms. Williams to speak now, or you want her to
Sure.
provide some information?
Yes, please.
Okay.
We have reduced our pathways over the last few years, and we have specialty pathways at all of our high schools. And we, for example, Westfield, when we added the barbering and everything, Westfield has like 13 pathways now, where in the past they had like 24, 26. Decaney has 11, Spring has 10, and Winchie has 13. So all of the comprehensive high schools have been reduced a great number since we went to the specialty pathways. And I didn't bring the data with me, but specialty pathways at Westfield are media tech, barbering, graphic design, and they have one more. and I don't have it with me, but like Decaney has P-Tech, animation. All of the schools have culinary. Decaney also has animation. And then at Spring, their focus is the health science areas.
So in reducing one CTE teacher at each comprehensive high school, what is the impact to that? And are you comfortable with just saying that across the board?
I am not comfortable saying it across the board because we have to look at teacher certifications because there's not one certification for CTE. They're based on career clusters. And there's other reasons why some of our classes have low numbers. Scheduling issues with the master schedule, getting the kids into their pathways, allowing kids to change pathways, even though we say they shouldn't change pathways after the 10th grade. Sometimes that is still happening at the campuses. As far as accountability purposes, the industry-based certifications are based on students completing their pathway. The pathway is one way to get to an endorsement. So an endorsement is separate from a pathway. You know, we have the 5 endorsements, but pathways fall under those endorsements. And just because the student gets an endorsement, that doesn't qualify them to take an IBC. And after this year, the state is going to want the student to be a completer and pass an IBC in order for us to get the accountability point.
And that's how we get and is that how we get the money?
Well, we're talking about the accountability for CCMR,
Right. and
for
we said we-
CCMR.
so we've gotten those.
We
separated that. Okay.
we are having students to get industry-based certifications. In the past, we were able to just certify students, but now they're tying it to specific certifications that are state approved and they are aligned to the pathways.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone else had questions for her. I'm not saying I'm 100%, I don't ever want to, I'm saying no to this item. I'm saying let's do some more research.
Okay, so items J through N.
Sorry, Ms. Williams, what I heard you say was that you're not in agreement with it across the board. However, should we be looking at?
Yes,
Should we
I
look at
think
each
we should
campus?
look at each campus,
Okay.
look at the staffing,
Okay.
because I heard Ms. Newhouse say, you know, we could combine add butchering and some courses, but we still have to have the teachers that are certified to teach those courses. And that was just an example that she gave. So
Right.
that's why I'm saying we have to look at it. We can't just say across the board, we're gonna drop one CTE teacher.
So with the example that trustee Newhouse gave, butchering and then the first year, what was it?
It was, well, the first year class would be principles of ag.
Right.
But the butchering, where they would actually get into learning all of that, would be in the 11th and 12th grade.
But someone who's certified to teach principles of ag may not be certified to teach butchering. Is that what you're saying?
That's a possibility.
Okay, all right.
And it depends on their certification, because there's different ways to get a certification. We have some teachers who go to college to become ag teachers and they study the whole gamut. Then we have teachers that through the DOI process, depending on what their career area was, where they worked, and then that is what qualifies them to be a CTE DOI teacher.
So are you comfortable with waiting for the ABL?
Yes, I think we would need
Like
that.
it says
and then
right here.
Because on the ABL, will they be also identifying what the teacher certifications are? And so that way we could match better, if make decisions on, because we may say we're gonna drop one CTE teacher at Westfield, but all of their specialty pathways may be doing well. So if we stayed at across the board, when maybe at another campus, we might have to drop.
Well, this item did say pending the ABL results.
Okay.
And I think one of the important things is that you know, the goal with CT and what we've been doing is trying to increase CT involvement, increase students completing. And the more pathways we have, it can be challenging. And we have teachers with a lot of preps. Like there's some teachers that have 6 preps because of all the different CT classes. But what ultimately is the focus is the student experience. And so we don't want to say, oh, we do value our teachers, but we might have a teacher with the certification. Nobody's in their, they have very few kids in their pathway. We're going to have to make those tough decisions to say, to the benefit of our kids, we'll do our best to try to place you somewhere in our district, but we've got to close this pathway or close this position because our students don't have the interest in that specific pathway. And so ultimately, those are those hard decisions, is that we can't say, oh, we're held captive by the certification and the staff member, because we have to do what's best for kids.
Exactly, and we've been closing them all along based on data and feedback.
Right.
And support, and so I'm just saying, the question is do we have a nod tonight, or for me, no.
And my question as it relates to the nod, what are we nodding to?
We're nodding to knowing what we're doing going forward. So that means we're able to start communications. We're able to start looking at certifications of people that are in those roles. We're able to start planning. The principals can start planning because they know what's happening.
So the nod is a consensus, so they're
Yes.
looking for a consensus from the majority of the body that they're in support
Then
of
we
that
have-
item.
Yes.
Then as a body of 8 or 7, well, the 7 of
Right.
us, then I again, because it does clearly state that we'll wait on the ABL data. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so items J through N, we have H and I, we're saying we're waiting on additional information, and then items J through N.
So thank you, Ms. Williams.
She's, Ms. Westbrook is looking for a consensus around, J through M. And usually when I'm looking for a consensus from you guys, I listen to the conversation and see if there's a lot of pushback, so when you're quiet, I usually assume that's a nod, just so you know.
I've already expressed myself on this.
That means we're okay with J through N at the moment? Okay, thank you. Okay, then we'll move on to our next subcommittee, which is enrollment and average daily attendance. And so to Ms. Brownson's point, and the point I've actually said throughout budget processes in the past, is that we're looking at both revenue generation and expenditure efficiency opportunities. And so this committee was focused on both ways that we can improve our enrollment, improve our attendance, and then also reduce our
stop
costs.
you?
Sure.
Because you said A through M. N is the hall monitors.
J through N.
I thought you said J through M. Okay. I don't have a nod for you on N, but, okay.
I'm sorry, so I just want to clarify.
That's just me. I think myself and Winford were the only ones that.
And hall monitors.
All right. Keep going. I wanted to clarify that one in my head.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so this subcommittee, I'm about to turn it over to Dr. Guillory, who was one of the co-facilitators along with Mr. Struhart. And Dr. Guillory is going to walk us through this presentation.
Well, good evening. So excited to see our audience still awake at 10:18. This is how we do it in spring. We get the job done. All right, so the monetary amount on the table for your consideration is $526,414. Some of our ideas for your consideration include reframing a cultural mindset from staffing by level to staffing by size. The newly proposed campus model would impact these positions that you're going to see next on the screen, and they would be the professional registrar, the assistant registrar, Sims clerk, attendance registrar combo position, and other clerical aid positions. The basis for this consideration is efficiency. The PEAMS DMC team, whom I supervise, provide bi-weekly support sessions, ongoing professional development, open labs on Fridays, monthly software training, and just by adding my team this year to the SIS ticket support system, we are able to expedite the support needed by our campus staffers, all leading to more intense professional development offerings. None of these positions will be denied data quality support if you approve for us to move to this new model. And as already previously mentioned, our new SIS next year is Aries, and training is already underway for the new software. Speaking of which, we have revitalized our utilization of two of our current software products, OnData Suite and Elevate Certified. And we have also found reports that our staff were not even using in eSchool. Again, constantly renewing support opportunities for our staff. Keep in mind that these two software products provide approximately 2 to 3 FTEs of work to our teams. As the Assistant Superintendent for Non-Instructional Data Quality, if approved, this new staff support sizing model, our daily quality efforts will not be negatively impacted. Our campuses thus far have conducted and documented nearly 300 data integrity team meetings and campus attendance committee meetings. So they are getting the jobs done. This model will level the playing field regarding key positions surrounding funding, attendance, enrollment, and accountability, while still ensuring equity as we support the needs of our campuses. We have also considered free and reduced lunch and high mobility rates. For certain campuses, we'll still need to receive additional staff to maintain the high standards of consistent data quality. If you look at the tables on the screen, and if we infuse the proposed model, we currently have 14 extra small campuses, less than 600 students. We have 11 600 to 699, which would be considered a small campus. We have 15 medium-sized campuses from 700 to 999, 2 large campuses that range from 1,000 to 1,699 students, and 3 extra large campuses that are over 1,700. So we know that larger campuses typically need more staff. Next slide, please. On the screen before you, there are 3 examples of our current schools. You see before you A, B, and C schools, a high school, a middle school, and an elementary school. If we look at the new staffing model, the high school and the middle school would fit into a large school category because of the staffing that they need. And then our elementary school would be considered a medium-sized school. So we want to ensure that we have appropriate staffing, not because they are a high school or middle school, but because of the number of students. An attendance code entered for a 10th grader, 8th grader, or 3rd grader is the same amount of work. Okay, so if we go to the next slide, we're gonna look at current Spring ISD high school support staff. That's a lot of staff for a high school. And we know that our high schools vary in size. As the first principal of the first 9th grade center, Westfield High School 9th grade center in 2003, 2004, I was categorized as a high school. I got a lot of support staff. And I didn't call anyone and tell them I didn't need them. And principals won't tell them. I had a registrar, an assistant registrar, 2 or 3, I had like 2 to 3 times more than our school that we saw, school A. But I was a high school and we were successful. But did I need all of those support staff members? No, I did not. Our campus size model would ensure that we have a designated attendance clerk at every school. On some of our high schools, because they get 5 other clerical positions, we may not know who's in that slot. But we're going to designate that with this model to ensure that the work continues. As Ms. Westbrook mentioned earlier, we are constantly coding. We have taken, well, let me just say let me open the confessional. I have taken eSchool apart. Have I not, Mark? I have taken it apart to make sure attendance is calculated correctly, to make sure it is set up correctly. We have compared it to 2 other schools that have eSchool, just to ensure that data quality within our attendance is high and that coding is accurate. We have had our clerks come in and look at their data. And the principals even probably get tired of me sending out emails. Why aren't these kids scheduled at official attendance time? Without that scheduling, we lose money. So we want to ensure that our models level the playing field. We want to make sure that the appropriate staff is provided. And given that concept, as I mentioned, we're going to have optional consideration conditions. So when we look at Spring ISD as a district, 87.9% of our students are coded free or reduced lunch. We have a 23.5% mobility rate. What does that mean? That means that a student who's considered mobile is in attendance and enrolled less than 83% of the school year. So they're considered a highly mobile student. What does that mean for our campus support staff? Enrollment and withdrawal is a constant task. Some students come and go as high as 6 times in a school year. Class sizes fluctuate. So we set the FTEs, we determine the budget, and then the kids come and go. Highly mobile students can present achievement challenges and professional development. You prepare a certain way and the kids come and go, it becomes immaterial. So we want to ensure that our schools be able to apply an optional consideration. Despite the new size model that we're proposing, we will still ensure that those schools that have a high mobility rate and a high free reduced lunch rate would have the appropriate staff needed to get the job done. So this concludes the presentation and the proposal to move from a staffing by levels to a staffing by size for a reduction of nearly $526,000. Thank you.
Don't be afraid. Questions for Dr. Gilroy?
Can you explain the yellow highlight for me?
Yes, these are the schools based upon the data utilized for the presentation that would have the condition that's being applied in the lower right-hand corner on the screen. So they would have the condition applied so that they needed an additional staff member. They would not lose it because they have a high mobility rate combined with a high free reduced lunch rate. So we would take extra consideration for those schools, and that would be our equity model. Thank you.
Dr. Guillory,
You're welcome.
another exemplar of how to talk about what we're doing here.
Thank you.
It's not all bad news. It's maximizing efficiencies. The way you framed what you were talking about was very well done.
Thank you.
I have seen your proposed model in many districts. Yes, it's not about just giving every school equal number of clerks, bookkeepers, and all. It's done by size.
Thank you.
Seeing that throughout the state.
Dr. Gilroy, thank you for the presentation. You mentioned that the new student information system, ARIES, do you have any concerns about the implementation of that?
We have been just this week in 3 different sessions. So Ms. Osgood, who's the director for the SIS team, and we've collaborated, and along the way, we will be step in step, side by side with them, because as the software is being developed and implemented, we're looking for PEEMs, we're looking for accountability, we're looking for opportunities that we won't make the mistakes we made previously, as with any district. One of the things you all talked about with CTE courses and coding, when students are more present in their official attendance taking time, we're going to get those attendance dollars. We're going to get those multilingual dollars. We're going to get those sped dollars. We have to get them to come to school. So it's not a problem with Aries. They have promised us a full day of PEEMS, coding and conversation. So we're there. We have been in attendance and I'm grateful to the collaboration with the SIS team.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Looks like this one is an easy nod. Thank you. Okay, got a request for a quick break. I was trying to roll through so we can get out of here, but it has been quite a while, so let's take a break. But can we like make it 5 minutes for real this time? Okay, all right. We're gonna go ahead and reconvene. I'm gonna turn it back over to Ms. Westbrooks to introduce our next presenter.
Thank you, President Durant. And our last subcommittee is the Central Office Subcommittee, which was facilitated by Alicia Kennedy, our Director of Budget. And our presenter this evening is a very familiar, wonderful Dr. Joe Clark, our Director of Performing and Visual Arts, and he's going to take us through the committee's recommendations.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Westbrooks. And you guys put me at the end of the incredible lineup, so there's no pressure right after Dr. Guillory. I don't know if I can match any of that, but let's get started. So first of all, I want to talk a little bit about the committee. So we're talking about the central office, and I do want to, we have many of our committee members here too. So the roles of the committee, we found a common thread. Not all of us, I mean, all of us are administrators, but we're also parents. There's a lot of us that are parents that have kids in the district, and we live in the district. And so a lot of people on the first slide. So we had these discussions. So we're really authentic discussions about this. We spent times on the weekends. We had phone calls. We had brainstorming sessions on thinking of different solutions. And we finally came to one thing is we're going to look for the opportunities. And it's about how do we frame this? How do we frame it? And it's not we can't, it's how can we? So once we started that conversation, we did go back to one gift that Ms. Westbrooks gave us. And I did bring a prop. So I did want to show you guys, I did bring my Q-tips right here. And so if you were in the meetings right there, Q-tip stands for quit taking it personal. Or quit taking it personal. So around the table, we had everybody, we're talking about, because the central office, a lot of the budgets that we're talking about are the people sitting right next to us. So we had to remember that and remind ourselves. So this is for you, quit taking it personal. So starting right at the top, so we looked looking for opportunities, Naviance. The committee discussed multiple software programs and platforms throughout the district. We looked through everything, and within portions of Naviance, I want to be very clear, within portions of Naviance, we identified some redundant supports at the middle school level and for professional development. So these are duplicates, and it's not all of Naviance, it's just a portion of Naviance that this is a duplicate. So those are the portions that you see are represented on the slide behind us. And that's what the proposal is for the committee. So it's middle school and professional development. Next, returning to the 2 mile radius. Again, going back to the committee, many of us have been in the district for a little bit. So we remember this transition before. So we identified some savings there. This would reduce the routes, so we'd have fewer routes. We'd have staff reduction, but through attrition, if we needed fewer routes, and then potential fuel cost savings. Again, like I said, many of us have been in the district for a little bit, so we remember this transition in the past. So we discussed how important it would be to make sure that communication went out to the community about this would not impact student safety at all. So if this is the decision that we did, student safety would be the first and paramount, and then we would communicate directly with those parents and those families that would be impacted directly. So communication would be a paramount portion right there. Okay, and then moving on. Next is the athletics reduction. And as the board may remember, this item was presented last year to be implemented in 24-25. So this is an existing item that you guys had discussed before, and this is now, it takes effect. And just as a reminder, this is the exact same reduction. It matches dollar for dollar for the amount that PVA was reduced the year prior, implemented this year in 23-24. So that's for that athletic one. Okay, next. ROI on district-wide events. Trustee Hodges, you mentioned earlier today about some district-wide events, and we were talking about this and some of the public. So this is where we discussed it. So we took some of the information from Winter Wonderland, convocation, graduation, and then you were right. So we talked about the funding streams. We discovered that many of the events obviously have other funding sources and are proposed And they propose minimal impact on the general budget. So really, it's not a win-win for some of those. So we looked, but we did take a deep dive into Winter Wonderland, and we did find a portion of it that is funded out of general fund. And we asked if this could be moved to title funds, and it can. So we are proposing to refocus Winter Wonderland to a complete literacy event. And then we can move it to title funds. So that would reduce the impact on the general fund. Okay. The next one, I do want to tell, this one was a discussion. So now I'm on the 10% department budget reduction. There we go. So thank you, line B, appreciate it. So this one, so in the committee really spent a lot of time, and this is the one that was the hardest. And so we were talking about the committee. So around the committee members, again, are all central office staff with central office budgets. And I do want to remind you too, so here are the points that we brought up and we discussed. Our budgets are now very close to purely operational. There's no fluff. There is all operational. It's gasoline, it's trucks, it's rentals, it's very bare bones. Back in 21-22, we all received a 5% budget reduction. Okay. Then again in 22-23, again, another 5% reduction. 23-24, we closed 10 positions, as we talked about today earlier, in central office, equating to 1.7 million. So 3 years in a row, we've had massive budget reductions at the central office level. And again, I want to go back and say the committee discussed at how we are all operational costs. So these are our trips, these are our rentals, these are paying referees. So these are all things that we have had to reduce. And you can't take 90% of a bus trip to a football game. You can't take, you can't go 90% of the way to the stadium and then have the kids walk the last 10%. So what I am proposing, what we were discussed was that 10% reduction really equates to a 15 or 17% reduction, because I can't take fuel away from the cost. So if we still cut 10%, I can't cut it from the buses or the transportation. I can do everything I can for ROI, but I can't not take the bus all the way to the stadium. So that was the discussion. Several budgets have received specific reductions and the 5% and 10% reduction. So for example, I just mentioned athletics. So if athletics is up there, they receive that, but they would also receive that 10% cut at the same time. To achieve another 10% budget reduction, central office departments will have three options. This is what we're proposing. So we can either cut staffing, we can cut operational costs, like I mentioned, or we can cut contracted services. Those are our three ways that we can do it. We were being given the option that we can choose how that is, but those are our three options we can use. I do want to go back to about 8 years ago. We talked about this in the committee. About 8 years ago, Ms. Westbrooks did an excellent job of teaching all of us zero-based budgeting model. So when we went to the zero-based budgeting model, the quote that I still hear in my head is every dollar has a name. So when we budget in all of our departments, every dollar has a name. For this reason, our budgets can tell you, like all of our budgets, can tell you how many gallons of diesel we plan to use over the next 12 months, down to the gallon of diesel. So when we and probably I'll say in some departments that were mentioned that are very fine arts inclined, we were within $10 of that estimated amount for all of the trips. But that's how we plan it. We have every dollar has a name, so every dollar goes towards a gallon of gasoline, but it's very thorough. All departments too, not just mine. So in the committee, we all discussed our operational costs and how many of us have already trimmed all the way to the fat several years ago. We've also started trimming to the muscle. Because every dollar has a name, we talked about how a 10% reduction would clearly take us to the bone and what choices we would have to make. As the committee, we have been through the fat, we cut the fat. We have been through the muscle and the muscle was cut. And so now we are taking a look at some of these things and we're making hard choices and that would go to the bone. And finally, the last thing I want to say with this is, as the committee, we talked about how the inflation has had a compounded effect on this as well. Having cuts as costs are rising. So experiencing the cuts as the costs of fuel are rising, the cost of buses, trucks, rentals, script rentals for when I play, anything that we have central office budget that we fund that actually impacts the campus, all those prices have gone up since inflation, supply chain, to instruments. Sometimes we fund instruments through our budgets too. All of those costs have nearly tripled. I think gasoline was at the last time 165% increase. So these are the deduction. That was the discussion that we had. I felt it important to represent the committee as much as I can and talk about the challenges that we face. That way you guys would know the impact of what that would be. But we did make that recommendation. And so that's what you see right there with the 10%. Right. And going on to the next one. Review the car allowance. Okay, so the car allowance, we discussed reviewing any individuals who received a stipend. Again, central office received a stipend but didn't travel. So we're looking for all efficiencies. Potentially moving these administrators. So we're talking about administrators who receive a car allowance or a stipend instead of mileage. And we look for efficiencies, and we did find some efficiencies through that. So that's what you see on the screen. And then the 5% reduction in the substitute budget. Now that we have regained control over the substitute program, we're looking for opportunities to increase the efficiency of this resource and moving it to all instructional areas. So the substitute, one of the efficiency models that we discovered would be only providing substitutes for instructional areas. Next, the decrease of the graduation budget by 20%. Myself and my supervisor is in the back, Dr. Lebo. He and I both manage and support the organization of all high school graduations. We have all been there on the field, sweating through the graduations. And so we offered to the committee. The committee proposed and discussed and looked over the graduation budget and looked for our areas of opportunity. I did offer to the committee, with my background and knowledge of ordering all the things, we have enough stage, we have enough platforms, we don't need to add anything to the stage. We're pretty much, we don't need to replace anything. We're fine, especially if we can make it to another building or facility such as Epic, if that's where the graduation be. We don't need to add anything there, and I think there's room for growth, for reduction there. However, the AV support would need to remain. We don't currently have the existing technology at the stadium to support the complete AV package that graduation would require. So some of those are fixed costs also, like operational, that we would not be able to change. But the committee reviewed the amount paid in staffing also. So staffing was another area that they said could use some efficiency. Are we paying hourly staff at the same time as the downtime of graduations, in between graduations? Are we paying overtime? Is there any other things that we could do to be more efficient? And they did find room for efficiency, and that's what you see on the screen. The next is stop the relocation reimbursement. So as, again, looking for opportunities, so no longer paying for the relocation bonus for teachers. The opportunities here is how can we attract and recruit teachers without offering them the relocation funds? And for this, we talked about really doubling down on in Texas and going through our connections and really strengthening our networks and recruiting from our existing pools. And then next is the last for me is earlier we discussed the assistant general counsel. So earlier we discussed the 10 positions that were closed at central office, equaling $1.7 million in 2022, 2023. This position is similar to that. There was, and Ms. Westbrooks did a good job of listing some of those positions that were cut inside that 1.7, those 10 positions that were cut. This is similar to those positions, and that would be for 23, 24. And then I'll hand it over to Ms. Westbrooks.
24.
I'm sorry, 24, 5. Thank you.
Thank you. So the position is currently vacant in 23-24 to Dr. Clark's point, and then we would officially close it in 24-25. So the last two items are highlighted in green because they were not actually added to the recommendations by this year's committee, but they were proposed by last year's committee. So we, as administration, brought them back for consideration. And so the first one is to change our staffing model for our middle school campuses. Right now, our middle school campuses receive 4 assistant principal positions, and typically that includes an associate principal and 3 assistant principals, and then of course our principal. So what we're proposing here and what the committee proposed last year was that for our middle school campuses that have less than 1,000 students, they would receive 3 assistant principal FTEs. And so prior to the pandemic and a few years before that, our campuses at the middle school level were closer to 1,200, and they had 3 assistant principals. And there were some needs when they were much larger campuses to have that 4th assistant principal added. And so it was added, but now we only have 1 of our middle school campuses that's above 1,000 students enrollment. Our lowest enrollment is 773, and our highest is 1,032. But the majority of the middle school campuses are somewhere between 800 and 850 students. So with that much lower enrollment, we're proposing that those campuses that are below 1,000 have 3 assistant principals instead of 4. And then the last recommendation here is to decrease the ESL allotment by $100. So taking it from $1,100 to $1,000, which would generate a savings of over $500,000. And so the ESL allotment is provided to our campuses based on the number of ESL students they have. And those funds can be used for staffing, they can be used for instructional materials. What we found over the several years that we have provided a per student allotment to our campuses is a lot of those funds go unspent at the end of the year. And there's also opportunities to be much more strategic and intentional with the use of those funds. And so the thought process is if we decrease the allotment, then it would make for a bit more of a needs assessment and really determining what it is that needs to happen. And the funds that are allocated would be fully utilized as opposed to having funds left on the table. So those are our 2 recommendations that came back from the previous year that administration put back on the list that didn't necessarily come from our subcommittee work. So with all of that, our total proposed reductions, including central office, which Dr. Clark just went over, is at $12.1 million, which is about half of the 25.3 that we discussed earlier as our current deficit. And before we get into the final discussion, I did want to turn it over to Dr. King because there was some information that had been requested and he wants to talk through that with you all.
Good evening again, trustees. This is a request for information for board member information. So what's coming around in your packet is some information that was requested regarding administrator salaries and car and cell phone allowances. And so what you have there in your folder, document A is our campus principal salaries as of January 9th. Document B is our central office administrator salaries as of January 9th. Document C is a benchmark data from TASB from the 22-23 school year for administrative salaries. I put a lot of glossary of the columns there. If you have any questions, or we can go through that now, but if you have any questions, if it's not self-explanatory, I can explain afterwards. And document D is the car cell phone allowances as of December 14th, 2023. And so that's information that's been provided for you upon per your request. And I should clarify, sorry, the central office administrator salaries are directors and above. Directors and above.
Yes. I had a couple of questions for you, Dr. Clark. You mentioned that you all looked at the risk or not risk, but the safety as it relates to the buses. I think that's letter. Which letter is that? S. So how did you said that you looked at what was the process in determining the safety, and so I'm assuming that we know which schools, the distance, if there are the students will have to walk, then those there's sidewalks, so is that what we're talking about when you said the safety?
I can address that. So we already have a hazardous route process in place for all of our schools. So there's a process that TEA has in place where we can designate a hazardous route. If there is a hazardous route designated, and we have done that, we do review that on a regular basis. Those routes will go into place and we'll implement those. Currently, there are over 1,200 students that are currently receiving transportation for a hazardous route. And we'll continue to do that, even if the 2 mile is accepted, those hazardous routes would stay in place.
So there's a state definition for hazardous routes?
Yes, there
Okay.
is.
All right.
So I'm still gonna go on record that I am not in support of going to a 2 mile radius within our district. And for me, not only the impact it has on our parents and everything, but it's a safety issue for me right now. We have some of our zip codes right now have the highest crime rate in all of Harris County. We have one of the highest sex trafficking. We've got too many neighborhoods that still don't have sidewalks. I don't feel that it is safe to put kids at risk in our community right now to walk, especially to the tune of $1.5 million. If something happens to one kid, that $1.5 million isn't worth it to me. We also have parents that depend on those buses, but they're gonna have to make adjustments. When we did this in 2011, it was a shitstorm that came out from the community. But it's not even so much that, because I'm willing to face parents when it's a tough decision that's in the best interest of kids in the district. But I don't even believe this is a safety. From a safety perspective, I don't even believe this is a safe decision right now. And I'm not comfortable and cannot support a budget for $1.5 million savings to go to that 2 mile radius.
And Chief Miranda, if I remember a previous conversation, the state of Texas does not allow you to identify all the dangerous walks to school, that you are limited by the state on how many.
Yeah, so the
you can do
limit
that.
for, so there's a hazardous traffic and high risk of violence. The state limits us to 10% of our districts to 2 mile or more. I'm sorry, let me read it exactly. I have it right in front of me. The district's allotment funding for hazardous traffic and high risk of violence areas is limited to 10% of your district's 2 or more mile only service mileage. So we would add up the 2 mile or more service mileage, and we're limited at 10% of that we can receive funding from the state for hazardous or high risk of violence areas. So there's not an unlimited funding for those. It is capped by the state, what we can receive back.
Sounds like the sort of thing that should be a legislative priority for Spring ISD.
I have another question.
And I know it's getting late, but I need you guys to hang on in there with us for a little while longer.
As it relates to line T where the athletic reductions, I didn't understand why CTE was in there or PVA. Can you explain that? And I may have missed it. I'm sorry.
Did you say line T? I believe what you're referring to is when Dr. Clark made the comment that it matches the PVA reduction. And so
No.
that was,
No, on letter T, it says
Under the
athletics
risk.
reduction under the risk. It says coach-student ratio, community connections, PVA, athletics, and CTE. I didn't understand that risk.
the student ratio.
I read it as maybe we had coaches teaching CTE classes. I don't know. I didn't want to interpret that on my own.
I have to ask the committee if you remember what that was.
It was when we paying coaches
classes, not just classes, but big classes. Some of the time, instead of them being a full-time teacher in that department, they taught, say, 50 years.
Yeah, can you come to a microphone?
They want you to come to
There's-
the microphone, Ms. Williams.
We have a similar situation too in
Okay.
PBA. There is a one coach that is also the teacher of PBA course. So we're just talking about cross pollination.
What it was talking about, where we have coaches that are also teachers, CTE teachers, SPED teachers, or whatever subject they teach. And it was talking about that they aren't teaching a full day because they may be coaching 2 periods of the day. So, I know with CTE, some of that funding, since we pay the teacher salary out of the CTE funds, that they weren't teaching a full day in CTE. And, Dr. Clark, that's the same with PBA.
right.
So we were just trying to figure out how we could have the full teachers so that we could have them teaching more CTE classes instead of teaching part of the day CTE and their coaching, and that limits our students from being able to take some of those CTE classes.
So, what's the rationale for us having coaches teaching CTE classes? Is it a requirement or do they?
So that's their
there's a-
certification. Coaching is their
Stipend.
stipend.
Oh,
But
okay,
they are
okay.
still teaching during the day. Their certificate, they could be a certified business teacher,
Okay, I got you.
but they are also athletic,
So-
football coach or whatever the
So
school
they
is.
may teach CTE 1st through 4 and then
Or- And coach whatever
the other
periods
class.
of the day.
Okay, I got you. Okay, thank you. I didn't understand that.
Thank you for the question. That sounds like something that really needs to be fixed.
Well, just to address the risk, what the risk was is just being able to navigate and make sure that we communicate. So the master schedule. So if we did reduce some, that would have master schedule implications. So we just have to be aware of that.
And so also as it relates to athletics, are we reducing athletics, the staffing in the athletic office, or are we reducing coaches? I didn't quite understand what that reduction would look like.
It's similar to what happened with our performing and visual arts department last year. We said this is the number that you have to come up with. And so athletics and Coach Oliver, we've had that discussion early on about this potential for the reduction. So Coach Oliver would work with the athletics department to bring forward what those cuts would look like. And so it could be operational, it could be staffing. He would just look holistically at athletics and bring back a plan.
And so he is charged with presenting a plan that reduces 340, reduces the budget by $342,000.
That's correct. And it came to us actually from the board last year that athletics should match the performing and visual arts cuts.
That's not what happened. Cause I asked that question. My question was, athletics was not on there at all. And I just said, what about athletics? What kind of cut? What cuts or athletics are we doing in athletics? If PBA is gonna be cut, athletics should be cut as well. I didn't say it had to match, but that's fine. You answered my questions. Thank you. Welcome.
And I do also want to give some credit to Coach Oliver and Dr. Clark, and Dr. Oliva. They've actually been looking at building our partnerships with community partners through our booster clubs. How is it that we can look at some of these costs and get support from our community and through the different fundraisers to be able to cover them and not negatively impact the student experience?
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Now, this comment is not saying that they have to match one by one from each department, but I think you really need to look at how many students, somebody in PBA, for instance, a choir director in middle school who has 150 to 200 students that she has to teach or he has to teach. And I'd like to see what the coaches, their student ratio is. Right? I think, let's open this up and look.
And I just want to make a quick comment too for clarification. When we did go through this, I was very, and I'm not saying fortunate, but fortunate enough to where Dr. Hinojosa gave me the autonomy to kind of look. And so I know where those areas are. In PBA, we do track per pupil spend. So everything that we allocate to a campus, we track it all the way down to like this, on this choir program you mentioned. We can tell you to the dollar how much we are spending in funds on each student in there. So to your point, if a choir falls below, that is when I had that chance to adjust. And so I found the areas that are that needed to grow in PBA, I'll put it that way. And I knew where my the areas that I of opportunity to meet that dollar amount. And I do want to say that Coach Oliver will have that same ability because now we have that going forward. But we do track that all the way down to the per pupil spend.
I would echo trustee Adams' point, and our legislative needs to be looked at in changing that law. Because I think what to me, what Mr. Miranda is speaking of, that particular law, to me applies to more rural areas and not urban and suburban areas, especially such as Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, El Paso. All of us, 2 miles is a long ways and it's not very safe
Especially in our cities.
in our cities. So even though that may be the law, we only get 10% back. I still couldn't support going 2 miles. We need to reduce that.
I'd like to issue an invitation right now to every single Texas legislature to come to Spring ISD and walk 2 miles to a school. We have a few routes for you to say that you say they're safe, and I want you to walk our route. Do I have the power to do that?
Yeah, like I said, at 7 a.m. in the dark.
Yeah, the bus route thing, so that, I didn't know about that law until you just said that. And like all the other unfunded mandates we have, for me, that's an area of, that's safety and security, right? And so they passed all these rules around, having armed security on the campuses. They're not funding it. But we fund that because it's keeping the kids safe. We have the extra police officers because it's keeping the kids safe. I am unwilling to put a single child in additional risk to save $1 million. I can't do that. So I know that puts us in a tough spot, but like that's a bridge too far for me.
So items R through U, what I'm hearing is item S, we're holding on.
I had one more question. I didn't see cell phone allowances. I know or did we talk about cell phones? I see car allowances. Is that, I'm just asking, is that something we might be able to look at as an opportunity to?
Absolutely. I think we should.
Okay. It is
Yeah,
where,
it's on there.
I didn't
Which
see.
one?
Where?
Ms. Newhouse is referring to the, that it's in the folder, but Ms. Hodges is
We have the
referring to
data, but it is
item.
not listed on the recommended reductions.
Okay. Okay,
You're
so
right.
it's in the data. It's just not in here. Oh, okay.
That's the data you asked for.
Can
Yeah,
I,
that's what I-
can I offer something about what we discussed in the committee? So the one thing that we talked about with the cell phone allowance is a lot of our staff were operational and overnight, they have to man their cell phones. So if you have an emergency overnight, that's what allows them to answer their phones overnight. For example, my cell phone allowance, if I had one, it was more than willing to be on the block. But we, as a committee, we said we were not willing to just having an operational person that's on call overnight take his cell phone allowance away. Because then he would say, I'm not going to answer my cell phone.
Absolutely. We agree with that 100%.
So, and when we, as a committee, when we got down to that point, it was almost, a minimal cost. I mean, there wasn't a huge dollar amount to
Okay.
that. We did discuss it as a committee.
Okay, thank you, Dr. And then I have one comment about the decrease in the graduation budget. Is it possible, I do definitely understand with the agreement, but I was thinking, and I made a note, when I was executive director of the Y and I knew I had events coming, I would make sure that I adjusted the scheduling for, because I'm assuming we're talking about maintenance and custodial staffs here. Is it possible to consider just adjusting the maintenance schedule during that time so that we'll, okay,
That's the plan, yes.
all right, thank you.
So. All right, so I am still struggling with BB. And that's the assistant principals at middle school. Having had some very recent conversations, and I think we talked about it, I had some really aha moments around the role of an assistant principal and just how much work that they do. They're doing discipline, they've got new teachers, they're coaching, I was supposed to be meeting with one of them, and then there's another district, it's not here. And they greeted all their teachers goodbye for the holiday, but they had a bus accident that the kids couldn't be released. So they showed up on the scene. It's like, with the discipline and the challenges at our middle school, and I understand that attendance enrollment is down, but is the assistant principal role something that we can truly sacrifice at our middle schools?
Well, we're not sacrificing the role, we're just adjusting the number that they have. And so she's still here. We do have a middle school principal that I will say did not like this idea, but would like to come and share some feedback from a direct experience. Ms. Doucette from Dewitt Middle School.
Good evening. So I had the opportunity to, I guess, pilot the adjustment this school year. I have 2 assistant principal positions and an associate principal. The fortunate thing, I grow leaders, so I have been functioning right now with 1 associate and 1 assistant principal. And we've been able to get the work done. I recently was able to recommend someone to hire, so I'm back to 1 associate, 2 assistants, but my associate principal picked up a grade level. But what that also gave me an opportunity and her an opportunity to do was spread some of the responsibilities. Myself as the principal, I took on more responsibilities. I am in the work and doing discipline every day. If there's a bus accident, I'm there. If there's game duty, I'm there. Being a principal, I'm still in the work. I never took my assistant principal hat off. So just having a beat on the ground with them, it really hasn't been that different as what I thought it was going to be. We've been able to still move the work and lift each other.
How many students are on your campus?
As of this morning, 788. We've been growing really fast. We got about 20 kids after the Christmas break, and every morning I'm getting new registration. So it's a good thing, but we've been able to still move the work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doesn't change my mind. And I would encourage you to talk to some of the APs. Some of the assistant principals. I don't think that that's a good area to impact.
So if we look at items, I'm sorry, Jim, someone else have something else?
I did. I have one. I'm sorry, I had a note here. We talked about the assistant general counsel. Did that position have an assistant or administrative support?
Not directly as what you would think of as a direct executive assistant, but
Mhm.
that position is responsible for public information request and dealing with all of that. So not just an administrative assistant, but there was another secretarial position in the office that reported to that position, but had a full duty of public information request, which is a lot and continues.
So, okay, so there's no shift there?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Can we look at items R through U?
Before you go on.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I had one more thing here.
She has another
You
question.
mentioned that there was a risk for letter CC, that there's a risk of, it says may decrease staff. And I didn't know if this meant, I didn't want to interpret this risk. What did you mean? What did y'all mean by that?
Because we do have some campuses that have enough ESL funding that they fund staff out of this allotment. And so once that allotment is decreased, if they have vacancies, they close the vacancies. But if they don't have vacancies, they may have to shift staff over to a vacancy and close the ESL allotted position. So if you were paying for 7 teachers and now you don't have enough money to pay for 7, you may only be able to afford 6. And that individual will have to go into a vacancy.
Okay, okay, thank you. That's it.
Are we ready to look at each one and see?
Oh, my goodness.
Right now, from R through U, all I have is S. Are there others? Nope. Okay,
I'm a hard no on BB with our assistant principal. I'm sorry.
so items B through Y.
I don't understand your question.
The question is whether or not we have the initial nod for items B through Y.
Didn't we already do those?
The V is in Victor.
Okay, so she said be like boy.
No, V is in Victor.
We're not gonna go back that far.
Why is she backing up? It's like,
It's like, yes. Okay, then that takes us to Z through double C. Yes? Okay, so then we just put a hold on S, which is the busing. Okay,
I have one more question.
yes, ma'am.
And I promise this is my last one. I probably haven't talked this much since 19. Why, you mentioned, Dr. Clark, that the AV is outsourced. I made a note of that. Why is that outsourced? And is that something purchasing that audio visual? Well, let me ask this question. Are we making sure that once the Epic Center is built, that we'll have adequate AV in that center? So we will no longer have to outsource? Okay, all right, thank you.
And if you want answers to like the confidence monitors that you guys have on the stage, when you guys can see, that is the outsource, the audio, the monitors, so the video and the audio that you guys have, same thing, and all the multiple mics that we have on the field.
so that's 12 million of the 25? That's 12 million of the 25 that we need to identify.
Well, it's not 12 million anymore because we removed some things. We removed about 2.5 million.
Okay, so 10
Yes.
of the 25. Have
Yes.
we looked at, and I asked this maybe last year and the year before, can we do an analysis and look at our central office departments, staffing, their roles and responsibility, and where there can be opportunities there?
We believe the 2.5 or 2.2 million is where we're going to do that. And so
I want to see the plan.
yes, and the plan is in the works and that'll be at the next board meeting, if not before.
So if you look at letter, oh, okay, you know where it is, the 10% women production.
No, I think there's more opportunity there than that. But
I have a question. I said I wasn't gonna ask them more questions. I'm sorry, I'll send an email. It's late, but I did. Planet Ford Stadium, that naming of Planet Ford Stadium, how long is that agreement?
10 years.
What year are we in now?
Ooh, 5, maybe?
So when do we start shopping around for another sponsor? And do we put, is that done here or is it done through the foundation? I wasn't here
No,
when
we
that.
did that work ourselves.
Okay.
And so we can start probably when we get within about that 2-year window. Right now,
So-
it may seem wrong.
Or were the funds received from Planet Ford for the naming, were those unrestricted funds?
Well, Planet Ford gave them to us as unrestricted.
Uh-huh.
We have handed those off to athletics to reinvest. And
Mhm.
so examples of that is like our dream team students that run the cameras and all of that, our CTE students that run the cameras at the stadium, we pay for their cost out of those funds. And then they do reinvestments at the stadium with those dollars.
So have we started shopping around for a sponsor for the Epic Center or even for maybe possibly the
We have not.
renaming of the high school? I don't know. Those are just thoughts.
Yes,
that
we
can
have
get
not, but we
funding.
definitely
Okay.
can and will.
We have been working though on the marketing, additional marketing that we can use during football games, and other options out there at the stadium complex. I'll say Coach Haller did a great job as well, and as we went into the playoffs, connecting with districts, and we had some substantial income to the district from the rental of that facility, and so those type of opportunities we'll continue to focus on.
Cause I'm just thinking about with all the building and things that we're doing, there's some those naming opportunities, those are assets and we can sellable assets to get additional funding. Okay, thank you.
And I want to re-clarify what V is, because it says a 10% department reduction. It says the checkpoint will be to review the level of services as indicated by work orders and department services surveys. When we talk about the risk here, it talks about utilities, says nowhere anything related to staffing.
Dr. Clark mentioned when he was presenting the item that it can include staffing, operational costs, and I forget what the third one was, but you said 3 things. Contract.
Can we get it on here?
I'm sorry.
Can we get it on here?
Add it to this.
Because we still have a long way to go. And I just really don't want to see any more impact at a campus level. We need to start looking at central office. Am I by myself in that answer? Because I'm one person.
No,
So they take direction from the body.
Right, I support that. I think we definitely, again, the proposal is coming. If we can get it, for me, if we can get it before the board meeting so that we can prepare, like we were able to prepare questions for this, that would be most appreciative, but I know that you all, I mean, we have a lot going on in the district, so, but if there's any way possible we can get it prior to, that would be helpful for me to be able to have my questions ready.
Definitely, Ms. Hodges, right now, the team, that 2.2 million is what they're each working on. And we're doing the same grit to outline what that looks like. And so, as Dr. Clark said, each department has 10% and it will and may include staff, operating costs, or contracted services. I mean, that's all that we have to offer. But at the end of the day, our plan is to get to that 2.2. And, you know, at the same time, looking and being very diligent on, when you say review the services and work orders, because, you know, schools, we go into the schools and do work, but also the schools, you heard Dr. Guillory talk about the tickets and the work orders. If our decision is X department, I won't even use a department, X department, the team decides that they're gonna cut 2 staff members and not touch their operating budget or their contracted services. And now the work orders, the tickets, the level of service isn't there, then we need to come back to the table and say, cutting these 2 positions is affecting the level of service that the schools are receiving. Because everybody in central office exists to only support the schools. They're in the schools doing work. And once the schools start feeling that they're not getting that level of service, or that the tickets are not getting resolved, or that the people are not in there, you heard Dr. Emerson, Dr. Cuellar talk today about how they're in the schools. That's how we're gonna know if there's, any issues, and maybe cutting the staff to people was not the right decision. Maybe we needed to get to operating cost and, don't duplicate your handouts any longer, right? Just go online. So those are the pieces that each department is working on.
And I
So,
want to
ma-
make sure that we understand, you know that we understand what you're saying. But we also want to make sure that we understand the difference in the percentages. $250 million is campus related staffing. About 50 million is related to non-campus. And when I say non-campus, that includes bus drivers and operations and those sorts of departments. So what we've always focused on is percentage wise. And so last year when we did the 9.2 million, we made sure that the percentage of the total cost in central office matched the percentage of the total cuts that happened at the campus. The campus lost 5%, central office lost 5%. The numbers will never equal. You will never see 15 million coming out of the campus and 15 million coming out of central office. Central office will shut down. The numbers don't equal up. So we focus on the percentages to make sure that it is an equitable percentage of cuts that are happening with central office versus cuts that are happening at the campus. And we've been committed to that the entire time. And the last time when we brought the cuts, we showed it side by side that the percentage was the same. It's not the amount, it's the equitable
And
percentage.
for example, you could eliminate the entire human resource services department. That only represents 1% of our total salary spend.
Okay, and so with that, and I don't have to go home and research and look at the data that we got from ABI. I wanted to determine if our salaries for, and I'm trying to think if this is what you're asking, because I'm still not sure if that's what. Are you asking for, because we say central office staff, are you talking about senior leadership, the cabinet, looking at ways that we can have reductions in that area?
Maybe a little bit of both, but what I was really looking at is the number of staff in our department. We don't have the same number of students. We're cutting APs and staffing at the campuses. Do we still need that many people in those departments? I don't know all the numbers, and I know GT is a separate budget, but we've got, over 10 to 12 people in the department, and we've got 250, 300 GT students. Do we really need that many people in that department? So that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the staffing in the department, what that is as the ratio to the students. Is it still necessary with the decrease in enrollment that we've had? Have we taken the time to look at the number of employees in these departments, and do we still need that many? That kind of makes sense. I'm asking.
We have more than 250 GT students, don't we?
I'm making a point, I don't want to
Way
get
more.
stuck in numbers.
Way more.
Don't want to get stuck in numbers or percentages, and if you really want to talk about GT, I think it comes from even a whole different budget. But my point is let's look at our departments, the number of people we have in these departments, and do we really still need all those people? And I know it's not a good conversation to have, it's not a comfortable conversation to have, but I think if we're realistically asking campuses to cut APs and central office to cut 5 and 10%. Let's do our due diligence and make sure that we've really looked at where our true opportunities lie and that we are being efficient in what we're doing.
President Durant, I think your concern is valid, and I think it has been well noted. I do want to add something that Dr. Hinojosa mentioned about what it looks like, that 2.2 million. Most of the time when campuses have an attendance clerk or a Sims clerk or registrar on leave, or there's an emergency, they don't fill it with a sub. Who do you think they call? Can you send somebody? We don't have a sub-budget.
Mhm.
So we have to take one of our resources to go because attendance, enrollment, and registration is valid.
Right.
And it is, we have to continue the flow of the continuity of services have to continue.
And absolutely, when you do that analysis, that would be considered, in your staffing. How often are you required to have to go out and support campuses? I was excited about, we're looking at some of our area soups and everyone being asked to spend 75% of their time on their campuses. And we just had a conversation about what are they supporting? Are they supporting the APs that need help? Do we really know what's happening when they get there? And is it providing the support where it's really truly needed? We gotta cut the budget. Let's make sure we are effectively looking at what we have and where our opportunities are across the board.
And I'd like to add something. I think the school board trustees, we need to look at ourselves. I'd like to have a listing of all our travel expenses and anything that's spent on us. And we need to join in this and cut our own budget.
We talked about that last time and our budget has been the same amount, I think, almost for how many years? Hasn't changed often. So I'm not
I have
disputing it. I agree
have
with you.
personally observed
I'm not-
opportunities to save money.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with that, but I also want to make sure that we're looking at, there haven't been any many increases to what we did.
Okay, so I'll go to the last slide, which was our call to action and what we need from our board members. You just told us what you needed from us as well. And that's to continue to advocate at the state level. And a couple of things that come up specifically, and that is the contributions to self-funded medical plans proportionate to the contributions that are being given to the districts that are still on the TRS statewide plan. We're also asking to continue to advocate for the increase in the basic allotment by a minimum of $1,000 that helps offset the cost of inflation and help us with salary increases. And then I think we're already good with the last item, and that's you've given us quite a bit of head nods tonight. And so we've got our marching orders on what we need to do. And so we still have more information that we'll be bringing forward to the board between board meetings and then of course formally at the next board meeting.
All right, so our new governance chair, did you see that slide? Trustee Hodges? Our advocate marching orders? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Madam President, I move that we call this.
You ready to go?
Yeah.
The Board of Trustees will now recess this open session and convene in a closed meeting in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.071. The voting will take place in the closed meeting, and any actions the board wishes to take will happen as a result in open session when we reconvene. We will now reconvene and resume the regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees, and the time is now 11:39 p.m. Do we have any motions on the floor? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam President, I move that we adjourn tonight's special call meeting.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Adams, trustee Hodges, and seconded by trustee Adams that we adjourn tonight's meeting. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. We adjourn tonight's meeting at 11:40 p.m.